What's up, everybody? I know, hopefully you can hear me, but I know you can't see me right now. I'm trying to figure some crap out. Why won't freaking StreamYard? Alright, let's try. Nope. Kinda, sorta. Son of a biscuit eater. What are you doing? Oh, it disconnected, I bet. Son of a biscuit. Hang on. Nothing's working right. This refresh. Searching. All right. Now that that's broken again, let's see. Boom. Add source, screen capture. Was it main? Yep, it was main. All right. Are you gonna let me use my camera? Nothing is letting me use my camera. What the frick is going on here? Bear with me, people. I'm working on it. Camera. Oh, that one's right. Head source. Devices. Video. Yay! We kind of sort of have video. But that's not where I want it. Gosh darn it. Cam. It won't work. Oh my gosh. You know what? Screw it. Head source. Screw it. I'll just be in here somewhere. All right. Does anybody want to join me on stream or... Oh, wait. Let me move myself. I'm behind the text. Boom. All right. Does anybody want me on stream? I'm playing on my Android mobile phone. And I'm mirroring the screen. And I'm eating dinner. But if anybody wants to join me in game, you can find me on Alien Roses. So let's see. We got Viking, Justin, Vince, Zolan, the Llama, Chris Travis. Happy birthday, Vince. All right, let's see. We're going to do Battle Royale. I don't know who all. Can't use mic. That's nice. Who do I have showing up? All right, so Monkey's not on. Rose is not on. Viking's not on. I have no idea who these other people are. Probably past people in groups. I don't know. So if anybody wants to join me, you can add me in the game, Alien Roses. If anybody wants to join the stream, well, because I'm streaming to my PC, the app was telling me that I can't use it if I'm using it in COD. But I'm not going to use it in COD. So. You guys get to watch me eat while I wait for people to join. Yeah, I'm going to open up chat on a different screen. And I should probably post that I'm live. All right, that is done. Oh, I've got chat over here. Where's StreamYard? I got way too many tabs open. There's so much stuff going on today. All right, where's chat? Boom, there's chat. I'm going to message some people who usually join me in the game. Viking, I don't know if you want to. Mad Monkey. Oh, come on, darn it. Yeah, I don't know if Call of Duty Mobile on Crapple products links to the Android game or not. What's up, Sean Butler? Hey, Devin. Did I miss anybody else sneaking in? Hey, Jerry. I'm going to go ahead and thank you for the thumbs up. I'm going to go ahead and play one round. Oh, there's Viking. I'm going to invite him. Invite Viking. I'll tell you what, HelloFresh has been spoiling me. When I go back to ramen, it kind of sucks. Then again, I did cook up some tilapia and put in there too. So I actually cooked. Wait, this person is not high enough to do what? How are you not high enough for Battle Royale? You did Battle Royale with me last time, didn't you? Alright, well, we'll do some of this stuff. What's up?
Well, good day to you, good sir.
Whatever happened to... Oh, there it is. There we go.
So it occurs to me that I have not turned on COD Mobile in like 2 months, 3 months.
And forever.
I bought the Rust update. Like I had that one. I had the cool cowboy, and I did really good with that map. Rust was really good. Oh, look at that. Preparing to update. Downloading another 200 meg update. Thanks.
Where's my V8s at?
I got one of these today with dinner. Oh, so good.
Lime, is it a alcoholic beverage?
No, just a soda.
Oh.
But just a sugar drink. Now this one is a alcoholic coconut lime hard sparkling water. And when I went upstairs, I just happened to look in the cupboard, which I don't often do, and I just found myself some Miss Vicky's sea salt and malt vinegar.
Salt and vinegar, so gross.
The lime and black pepper is like one of my favorite, Miss Vicky. Oh, Josh, did you see I made a friend for Cap yesterday?
Aria, if you want to sponsor me, I love you. Hang on, let me make you big.
Light. Oh, Jesus. Ah!
Oh, that came out awesome.
Now, I had to do a little modification. It's so bright. I had to do a little modification to the base to shove it further into the body so that it sat lower. And then I shimmed Cap so that he sat a little higher. So the two of them, when they sit side by side, are...
Did you MMU the base?
No, that's just layer swaps.
Oh, okay.
That's just layer swaps. And currently printing is another model by a third awesome designer, which will be done in the next 25 hours.
Is it Chris's female?
No, it goes along with those two.
Oh, cool.
It's themed. And then I've already pre-sliced 3 or 4 more friends to go along with it.
Viking, are you where'd the goddamn StreamYard go? Joining
Oh,
StreamYard? If not, you can I don't know if Jordan's still updating. You still updating?
I'm apparently signing in. And I got some charge. I'll be able to run it for a bit.
Deskify is the app for PC. Hey, Greg. Hey, Cowgirl Donkey Dunks. Hey, Paul Cumber.
Cowgirl Bunky Dunk? What did you just say?
Cowgirl Donkey Dunks.
Oh, Rosa. Are we just playing Frontline?
Yeah, for now, because for some reason when I was inviting Viking to Battle Royale, it wouldn't let him in.
That's good. I haven't played Battle Royale since the last Battle Royale you and I played with Mike. And I have like 1.5 million updated guns and all kinds of stuff that I just haven't. I don't use it. I don't bother. Juggernaut recommends.
All right, Viking, you can go when whenever Monkey's ready.
Give her, buddy. I'll figure it out.
Well, we just got to level you up, Viking. Bad thing is I can't share the sound of the game. So hopefully you guys will maybe hear it.
Did Vikings just say level 2? Okay. The one thing I love about this game, though, is it doesn't matter what your level is, just your skill level, realistically.
Right.
Like, the guns, they don't get any better, per se, the higher up you go.
Yeah, I went through all the guns, and the skins are about the only thing I'm worth going after.
Yeah, oh, geez, I am lagging already.
Oh, shit, I can't see. It's too close. I should put my glasses on. Where's everybody at? I saw a bad guy. Where'd he go? Haha, you hit my line. Jerk. I don't see any gosh darn enemies. Enemies. There we go.
Oh, I got a few right here. Oh, it came from behind and got me. That's fine. I know how it plays. There you go, Josh. Just crank the volume up and you'll be good.
Oh, well, the volume's up as high as it go. Reload! Don't shoot me, I'm reloading. This team sucks. Oh, shoot. Missed the stairs.
Especially when I run in there with a flamethrower.
It's like 35-7. What the?
Yeah, my sentry is sniping out a bunch right now.
Ah, somebody's behind me. I have no idea how I did not die.
I wonder if we got matched low because of Viking.
Maybe. Where'd he go? How did I not die? There were like 3 dudes trying to kill me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Game over and 1 more kill.
Oh no, I got my VTOL on standby.
Oh shoot, somebody's behind me. Dude, how are you not killing me? You were right behind me.
Dude, I don't know what was going on with that round, but I haven't played this game in a while. Just like doop-a-doo. Oh, there he goes. See, the problem
that guy you just killed, he was right behind me for I don't know how long, and he wasn't shooting me.
So
What's up,
we've
Timothy
been
Harkness?
Veteran and Grumpy and a bunch of us have been playing. Not Call of Duty. What the hell is it called? Why am I spacing on it? Counter-Strike. We've been playing Counter-Strike Global Offense, so CS:GO.
On mobile?
No, on
It's
PC.
Chubbers. Oh, okay.
And that game is so much harder because you really got to get headshots, like realistically. Jeez, 24 kills, not bad. Yeah, you really got to aim for headshots in that one, which becomes tricky sometimes. But you're on keyboard and mouse, so you get a little bit better. So then I find when I come to play Call of Duty, because body shots, shots are shots. Like, yeah, you can get better with headshots, but otherwise, body shots just take them out, no problem.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab my glasses.
That might help too.
All right, ready when you guys are. Oh shoot, we lost Viking. Viking. Oh, it says Vikings in game. I bet he continued the game versus. Exiting. Monkey, are you talking or did I lose audio? Or did you mute for chips? Oh, you muted for chips. Gotcha.
Yeah. It may be after dark, but politeness matters.
Not a whole lot. Timothy, how you doing?
Low in the darkness comes out a darkness.
Look, we got Viking up a level that game.
Oh, you should. I love this AK-47 though, this blue one. So I did a lot of playing for a while there. I just used, this was it. This is all I played for the longest time. I didn't play any other games. And quite honestly, what am I trying to say? The gun with no scope. So much better.
Really?
Yeah, you can just get in better.
I like scopes.
Oh, I don't know scope. I got a trip mine here. This is coming that way. Oh, this thing, I keep hearing it catching an edge.
This team's about as good as the other team. Reload.
Oh, somebody came in and finally shot me. They had a sniper rifle.
Go, little car.
There's a guy with a sniper rifle back there. He's doing pretty good, actually. I'm going to come up behind him the other way.
Yeah, I backed off so I could heal up. Where's he at? Yeah, I see a sniper. Ha ha! Didn't get me!
Dang it. I got into their spawn point, but somebody reloaded just as I got in there, so he was invincible.
I unloaded my beehives into their spawn point. Where's that dude going? Oh, shoot. Watching the wrong man. What's up, Chris Lane? Die, bastard.
Purifying the air.
I saw you. Where you at?
All right, well, there's a sentry gun way in the back now.
Oh, there's like... you put it right on their spawn point? What a...
Mm-hmm. I don't play around, homie.
I put one up in front of their other side of the spawn point.
I need my VTOL.
Oh, shoot! Bunch of dudes in that building.
Not anymore.
How'd they destroy my sentry gun? Jerk faces.
Come on, heal.
It must have been yours that they destroyed because mine's still getting kills.
Triple kill. Now I lay down that.
Boom, you're dead.
Watch this kill. I'm standing at the top of the stairs right now. That's me running up the stairs. And that's him running right past me.
That was funny.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I got much better at this game than I used to be.
Dang. Cowgirl Donkey Dunks, you gonna join us?
I really should buy the premium pass again. 27.
You know,
not bad.
I bought it the last 2 seasons and then barely played, and I was like, gosh darn it.
Well, they delayed this season because of everything that was going on in the States for a bit with the Black Lives Matter riots.
Because of the Rona.
I shouldn't say riots. I'm sorry. Protests. Bad instigators are on both sides of the fence, causing it to turn into riots.
Woohoo! Cowgirl Donkey Dunks, you're looking kind of butch.
Wow. Does anyone else want to play?
We got one more spot open if anybody else wants to join us. Hey, non-fam.
Non-fam, you're fam here, buddy. This tastes like key lime pie. It's so good.
Gross. I'm not a fan of key lime, lime, or lemon unless it's lemonade.
22 minutes left on that print.
Like,
I have printed a small bucket's worth of rep rollers so far.
oh, nice. Are yours sticking together? Because I printed a bunch of them for my rep box, and I can't get any of them to stick together.
Wait, you got to get your magnets right. Like, you mean like they don't clip together?
Yeah, I don't have magnets. Are you supposed to have magnets?
Mine have magnets. So I'm using I don't know whether it's newest ones or.
Oh, jerk. Yeah, I had whatever ones were live a year ago, and they were just clips. Ooh, somebody's to our left. I'm getting my ass kicked this game. How the?
Oh, I hate hearing that thing clipping. Also, this game is so much better for reloading. CSGO is just so slow to reload. Now, granted, using a keyboard and mouse is a much more civilized way of playing a video game, but...
Oh my god. Alright, these guys play better. There's like 3 of them coming up this side area. Payback's up. Yeah.
They're coming up gondola side. 3 of them.
Yeah, what y'all want from me now? Oh, go little car. Oh, no, I want my car, not my freaking missile launcher. No, not my RC. Oh, son of a biscuit. Anybody still alive over here? Are they coming?
3 of them coming up the middle spawn on their spawn point.
They must
See if I can.
Coming up this way.
I really don't like playing frontline. I don't like the invincible.
Oh. Ran into somebody and had to move. Got clipped. Gosh darn it.
Left side of our, or right side of our spawn point.
Right side?
Got him.
Don't fall. Oh shoot, he's up top. Oh shoot, and at the bottom. God.
I got him.
We'll play Battle Royale next. Oh wait, no, I don't know if my Viking can. It wouldn't let him in.
People them coming up the middle of their spawn. Thanks for destroying my sentry gun, jerks.
You got jack faces. There's a guy just standing on their spawn point, not moving. Came back for me, didn't you? Ooh, auto run almost auto ran me off the cliff.
Oh, that was a
game.
frustrating move.
Yeah, you were flamethrowing him while he was invincible.
He was invincible.
Let's see if it'll let us do Battle Royale. I don't know what level you're supposed to be.
Like I said, I haven't done Battle Royale in forever. I got to set it up.
Mad Monkey's whooping that booty. I haven't worn my glasses in so long they're giving me a headache already. Look at Viking already level 5.
All right, Battle Royale.
All right, let's see. Monkey, Viking. It still won't let me invite my Viking.
Photos.
It's weird. It tells me, it gives me the option to invite him. It should freaking let me invite him. Gosh darn it.
Oh, that's right.
Let's see what level you have to be to get in the Battle Royale.
Like mostly with the thing with this stuff is all skins with Battle Royale. That's the.
All right, it's level 7, so we just got to get him to level 7. And he's already at level 5. We got this. Monkey. Oh, shoot. Who did I just invite? I invited somebody. I have no idea who they are. Let's start before they join. Oh, shoot. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I didn't hit ready. Oh, Nuketown. Pre-match. Okay. Yeah, ever since that first time we played together, I've had like a custom layout for running and moving and all my jump, hop, and skip stuff.
I need to figure out how to play better without being on. Oh shoot! I thought I was on the other side without using auto shoot. I was totally thought I was at the other house. Yeah, back that booty up. Oh shoot! I ain't got an assist on it anyway. Ooh, somebody's blowing up cars. Yeah, jerk faces.
What are these people doing in the back? Get out of the back. Get in the front. That's where the fun is.
Oh, he's got to have a sniper rifle.
Not anymore, he doesn't.
Long ranging me. Ooh.
The thing with this map is it is totally a run and gun.
Yeah, pretty much.
These guys are pretty good.
Oh, Budge Sickles. They're on our spawn point. How the flippin' BS was that? Dude. I hate these guys.
Oh. This one's a harder round.
Yeah, it is.
Haven't played in so long either. Well, I took that one for the team.
Who the frick is even killing me?
Oh, this one guy's got War Machine.
Oh, that's probably how I died.
There's a sniper by the truck, or not a sniper. He's got a.
That guy one-shotted me with a 45 from 10 miles away.
How did this guy know I was up there? Wow.
What the flip is going on? We're getting our ass kicked. They're 2 kills away from winning. Oh, never mind.
Can't win them all.
No, you can't. We just got to get Viking to level 7.
Hi, Bob.
What up, Bob? What about Bob? Yep, we got our asses handed to us that game.
The other reason why I stopped playing this is that I've already burned 10% of my battery life.
I play with my phone plugged in.
Oh, I do too once it gets lower. I'll have a little underside stuff to clean up. That's not too bad. So Eastman makes his models so big that Thanos, I scaled it to 150%,
Mm-hmm.
and it's 375 millimeters tall.
Nice.
So that just goes to show you that 100% scale is big.
He puts
print.
a lot of details in his.
Which is why if you model it big, you get more details, right?
Like this is Chris's at 150%.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember how tall it was, but it took 50% of your house. I don't think it was that big.
Bob can always come hang out. Bob's good for hanging out.
Let's see. Bob, you're on Discord. I'll send it to you on Discord. Actually, I'll just put it in streaming channel on Discord. See if you all join.
And if you don't know, now you know.
Oh, Bob's about to eat.
Oh, damn, West Coaster. 45 there, so. This thing is not quiet, I'll tell you that much.
What is it?
MK3.
Oh. I'm getting one.
I said earlier. Oh, did you get one?
I'm getting one. I'm gonna John Strand is selling his.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy his.
Nice. So the thing I've said about it is if the MK3 was a 2020 or even a 2019 print, I'd say negative. Right? But being that it's a little bit older, the noise level of the drivers and everything like that, it all plays pretty good.
Now you can update the drivers on the MK3, right?
No, they are non-removable.
Really?
Yeah, the 2130s built right into the Einstein.
Oh, that sucks.
Watch out.
Bye, little car.
There's so many things going on right now. I can't even see what's happening. They were all like looking down, and as
Yeah.
I was just running around shooting.
I'm the one that popped the smoke, so when they spawned, they couldn't see.
Yeah, but I couldn't see through the smoke either, which is not supposed to happen. But
I know I set off my own bees. Look at Viking just corpse camping people. Oh, shoot. Ah, my bees killed somebody. Oh, it's done. It's done.
oh, snap-a-doodle.
It's 45-7.
Well, and I just took out 3 of them with my sidearm.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Which is always good for points.
Nobody kill anybody. Nobody kill anybody. I want my dang Goliath.
The Goliath? I don't like it.
Really? Oh,
sorry. I can't stop killing. I almost went for a triple.
Hey, what's up, Bob?
Hey there.
Meatloaf tonight, Bob.
Yeah, I was wrong on its timing though. It's just going into the oven, so.
So you get to hang out for a bit.
You got another hour and a half.
About an hour.
Oh, you barely beat me.
I don't know how you manage that on a phone. That's crazy.
So yeah, what you're seeing on the screen is exactly what we're seeing. Like, you got to have a big phone.
Yeah.
First of all. Ooh, 15 kills. Nice. Josh, I think you had 12.
Yeah.
You got her. Perk time.
Perky.
Oh, I just got the friend. Oh, I'm getting frenzy killer perks. Whoop, whoop.
How are things in the land of the alien?
Pretty stressful actually, and I needed tonight to depress.
Pretty stressful.
Yeah, it's UFO week.
Oh, I can
It's all
understand
hands
that.
on Josh right now. And not like in the good way.
I do actually, for once, have everything here.
That's nice.
You just got to get the samples done.
Do you have a machine for that, or are you spooling them by hand?
Well, I kind of have a machine, it has. I can hook up a spool to my sampler and press go, and it counts the number of spins and then stops, and then I have to manually zip strip it with my zip strip gun, and then undo a bolt and pull it off, pull the side off, and then pull the sample off, and then put the side back on, and then bolt the side back on, and then feed it back through, and then it's there's too much time wasted.
Sure. One of our suppliers has auto cutter machines for wire and for heat shrink.
Nice.
So I understand the process a little bit.
Yeah, Greg, I'm working on an automated one. There's a couple things holding me up, like trying to get Arduino to talk to a 3D printer motherboard, because I decided, why reinvent the wheel when Marlin and a 3D printer motherboard can control all the motors I need, and the end stops and everything.
Well, motor control is pretty simple.
With an
that might
Arduino?
be way overkill.
With an Arduino,
Yeah.
like, I need to control like 6 motors.
There's a guy who just loves to be on the ground.
I wonder how this robot kit that I've got does it.
And they're all stepper motors, so you have to use stepper drivers and sync stuff. And
for the 3D printed Stargate that's up here, I haven't done the wiring or programming yet.
Oh, where did that guy come from?
Uses a full-on Arduino with a motor shield or servo shield.
Right. Yeah. If you have the shields that can control the steppers, it's basically a stepper driver. But I'm using a Big Tree Tech GTR 1.0, and so I can control like up to like 11 motors.
Oh, cool. Come on. That was a bunch of...
But I think I am 5.
Might
but
be
I
overkill.
But what I need to get an Arduino to communicate to... Gosh darn it. Arduino communicate to the motherboard, though, is so...
This BT Grush or whatever is a bit of shady operations.
Why is my car going upstairs? Somebody's upstairs. But what was I saying? Oh yeah,
I don't know, but my phone stopped moving.
The reason I need the Arduino communication with the Big Tree Tech board is that I'm running 2 Hall effect sensors and a DC motor. And so I need to be able to count the number of rotations and then also count to make sure that filament's actually moving. And and then
yeah. It'd be nice if you could get all that automated and take some of that work off yourself.
Yeah, my
Even
plan
if you can
is
just set it up and let it run for an hour.
to just like feed in the end of a spool and let it run until all the samples are done.
Yeah.
And then
Till the run out on that spool is triggered, right?
Right. And then, son of a biscuit.
Greg seems to think you can connect a USB from the Arduino to the printer board.
Yeah, but then I need a micro USB to whatever USB thing is on the board.
Dang it, killed myself.
Probably an old school USB-A.
All right, here we go, Josh. Last kill. Let's get it.
He's right there in the house. Oh, he got me.
Oh, no. That's okay. I think I can get him.
Raziel says perhaps an O drive.
Got him.
Got him. An O drive. Yeah, I'm just connecting it with some jumpers, but I got to figure out where to connect it to. Where's my board at? So an Arduino Nano only has the serial ports, the TXT and the R0. But
So,
where do I connect them on this gosh darn board?
well, if you're stuck on the nanos because you have them, maybe that's causing some bottleneck for you.
Yeah, but it should be possible to just send some G-code through 2 wires. And I just got to figure out which pins to use because it's got 2 serial ports on the GTR 1.0, the EXP1 and the EXP2. But that's 16 freaking ISCP header.
Yeah.
¿Dónde está aquí?
Those are words. Reset SCK MISO.
Hang on, where'd my nano go? Oh, there it is.
Temperature changing filament. That seems interesting.
I don't have any nanos left, and I cut those off of my nano. Viking, you level 7 yet? No, level 6. Yeah, but Raziel, the motor I have is a windshield wiper motor.
Of course it is. That's awesome.
Wait, who do we lose? We lost Monkey. I bet his phone died, but his mic's muted, so I can't.
Sorry, I've been saying I'm going to set this one out.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to just build a couple of rep rollers, and then I'll come back. I'll give you a chance to show everyone your alien skills.
Wait, can I plug in this USB port right here to the Nano? Would that work? That might work and solve all my problems.
That should be an input.
But that's the USB stick. I don't know if it would accept communications like that.
So Greg says lots of things. One of them is yes, you should be able to do that.
Yeah, because it's an I/O port, basically, isn't it? That's the whole deal with it.
Well, shoot! Why didn't I think of that before? I've been wasting
You're hearing
hours.
the extent of my Arduino knowledge right now.
I've been wasting hours freaking Googling how to freaking set this up.
I said the word I/O. That's it. That's all I got.
I don't know. I'll have to test it.
It's an interesting idea. A Home Depot or Lowe's 3D printer challenge. Whoever puts the most parts in their printer and successfully prints wins.
Well, that's one of the things I want to do. The reason I'm making my sample spooler out of basically 3D printer parts. It's just kind of.
I think what you need to do,
Goes
Josh, is
together.
run contest. Whoever can submit the most functionally complete 3D printer spool maker wins like 3 months of rep boxes or not rep boxes, alien boxes.
Man, I've tried to get like 10 people in the last 2 years to make me a sample spooler, and people disappear.
That's what
Yeah.
I mean.
Oh,
Like,
shoot.
Reading the length properly, getting the automatic cut set up.
the other part is the bundling. That's another key one that Josh wants is bundling.
Yeah. How do Josh's samples come bundled? Let's find out. Not like that.
How many licks to the center of this lollipop? Let's find out.
I see.
Well, I'm hooking up a twist tie gun to a motor.
Now, is there any way that we can involve a drinking bird to automate this?
And
Maybe.
can you,
You know,
include a vacuum machine?
Now you're just getting...
I used to vacuum my samples. However, some brands break really
vacuum
easily.
sealer.
And so
Well, I was just
vacuum
thinking of
sealer.
automating the whole thing all the way through.
Yeah, I would love to automate the whole thing all the way through, but the whole bagging and is
There you are. When you're staring at a pile of double rep rollers, 2 singles magneted side by side, hard
Look
to
pretty
find.
close. Yeah.
Uh-huh. I'm trying to count how many I have right now so that I can figure out. What did we say the number was? 7 and 1? Or 7 and 2?
7 and 2.
7 and 2. So there's 2.
oh shoot. There's a big guy out.
How did he get an X1 already?
I don't know. They've got 25 kills.
Or is that a
Well,
Goliath thing or something?
It's a Goliath. He might have got it in a drop box too.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the XS1 myself. XS1 Goliath is a bit of a low overheating piggy.
Yep. Those are words.
I blowed it up with my missile.
Magic missiles.
Oh, son of a biscuit eater.
Put something in there so I stop counting it twice. That'll work. Okay, so then I need 2. 7. Oh, shit spots.
What am I caught on? There we go.
I
There's a bad
think I
guy.
only need
Bad
one
guy.
more match.
Haha, blowed you up.
You know what? Piece of paper towel works good.
I do not know what, but I'm familiar with its cousin who.
5 of these.
No, I was.
It's gonna be good. Yeah, I think a drinking bird integration would be key.
And the Ninja Squirrel obstacle course.
Yeah.
Come on, let me just shoot somebody with this thing.
Attach claymores to the RC cars. That's a winning combination.
Tronxy says they can give me a discount.
Can I kill enough of them before they get 2 more kills on us?
Maybe.
Right there, right there.
Oh, so close. No! Gosh darn it.
Higgledy-piggledy.
I'm not sure those ones are words.
We were making a comeback.
I'll reply with I see. I see. So I need to print Bob. One more
Don't-
double spacer.
Don't print Bob. That's way too much filament.
I don't know. I've printed a few big things back there.
That got a laugh out of the wife too.
So I need to print one more spacer and then one more bed. Two more beds of double rollers. So that's 12 more hours of printing, and they will be done printing. And now the question is, if I need six more rollers.
Yeah, but Greg, if I'm using this thing, hang on, if I can plug the nano into here, then I don't need to worry about that, right?
I'm gonna have extra bearings.
Where's my nano? Okay.
I knew
Like-
100 was gonna be a good number.
If this would work like that, then I'd be fine. I just gotta figure out how to send data out the USB.
I suggest not using UPS or USPS because they both suck.
Bob's a little bitter.
I didn't get my coffee or my printer. They can both bite my tongue.
Let's see if they understand.
Vikings
much to
level
send?
7, we can do. Are you ready for Battle Royale?
Me?
Yeah, Viking hit level 7.
Dear God, that is disturbing on many levels by Patreon. Yeah, I just gotta find my charger. Here's my cable.
908. Oh, Cowgirl Donkey Dunks must be driving home.
See
You
if
sure do
Tronxy
like teasing her.
actually messages me.
What's that?
Said you sure do like teasing her.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
She's a good sport for putting up with you.
Oh. Well, Leggy is not happy tonight.
Well, see, that's a cool thing about this board too, is it has NeoPixel hookup. So I could hook lights up to my sample spooler, and when something goes wrong, I can flash red lights.
You just need a buzzer. Wah, wah, wah.
Well, if I hook up the TFT to it, the TFT has a buzzer on it.
Greg just sent you some code in your Gmail.
Cool. I will take a look after. Oh, Michael Molinari was my other question person. Let's see. What am I going to be? I'll be the poltergeist. Oh, we've got a stranger in our bed. Michael Molinari, since you've been doing this for a while with your automation system, I'm sure you might have read my messages by now, but will hooking up a nano through the USB port work? Can I send communications that way from the nano? If so, then all my problems are solved, and I may be able to get my auto sampler working tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That's quick.
It's been in my head for months. I was just solving some issues in my head, and I think I solved the issue, so I started designing the parts and printing them out. And I want to have the Arduino talk to my Big Tree Tech GTR 1.0 to send commands using serial. If I can do it through USB, then it should be easier than I thought.
Viking, you should have an option to give up the running if you want to let someone else pick where to go.
You can only do that prior.
Oh, can I?
Yeah.
Well, we're following Viking.
That's okay. We're going to that place.
Is there a serial to USB chip on the control board?
I don't know.
There you go. The answer is purple.
I'm heading over to these houses over here to see what I can find.
Why is this lagging on me now?
I blame Bob.
The bottom bone. Give me that heavy mag.
Michael Molinari, what model board? He said it was a BTT board, but
Big Tree Tech GTR 1.0.
there you go.
I sent you the link to the pinout in your DMs.
Nano might only have one USB port. Do you have an Uno? The BTT definitely does. Definitely does. Must have a control board. Or USB chip.
I do have an Uno if I need to use that instead of the Nano. I've got like 3 of them.
Are you over at that big complex still?
Yep. What freaking gun is that? Oh, it's 5.56. Wait, who's been killed? Oh, the stranger. Sorry, stranger, you should have came with us. Instead of going off on your own like a slacker.
It's been known to happen.
Oh, I don't want to shit.
Greg says he'd probably use the Uno. You can still write the code on the Nano, but you'll have to disconnect it and connect it to the BTT in order for it to work.
Okay, we're gonna have to have this conversation when I'm not trying to kill people.
Murder them.
There's people here, Josh.
Yeah, I'm invisible. I don't know where they're at though. Are they upstairs?
Yeah, I'm upstairs still, and there was... That's where I had one guy. He might have just been an outlier.
Yeah, I lost him wherever he is.
Did we lose Viking?
No, he's still here. His orange dots on the map. What's up, Michael?
Oh, hey, buddy. There he is. Oh, crap.
I hear people shooting, but I don't see the red dots on my map.
Yeah, I got a guy.
Alrighty.
He was shooting at our boy Viking.
That's not loud.
No.
I always get turned around with which way to go.
It's okay. I'm gonna come get you in a helicopter. Viking, get out of the car. Shoot.
Get to the chopper.
Get to the chopper.
That's funny shit.
Let's go. Oh, hey, Michael Molinari.
We're gonna
Can't
go
hear
over
you,
here.
Michael.
How's it going there, Space Wizard?
Go over here to the. Oh wait, it might be a little.
Fun. Can you hear now?
Can now.
Yeah.
Oh, I was talking there. I was wondering why nobody was saying anything.
Yeah, I couldn't hear you.
I didn't even know you came in, to be honest with you, until...
Okay, let me see here. So this is the Big Tree Park FKR 1.4. Is that what you said?
No, GTR 1.0.
GTR 1.0. Okay.
Oh, an AK-117. That's a favorite of...
You do it. Why are you an a-hole? Oh shit, we're getting shot at.
Okay, and your goal is to try to do what? You're trying to.
I just gotta send some G-code commands to it from the Arduino.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there should be. If I look up this board, there should be some kind of information as to how to hook it up to a Bluetooth module. And
Yeah,
normally
there's
Bluetooth
5.
pins. Those pins, you have an RX, you have a TX, and a ground. So you could just hook the RX and the TX up to an Arduino and go to town.
Where are all these bad guys at? We need to get in the chopper and kick rocks before this wall collapses on us. Oh shit! Shit! Now who's shooting?
Right.
Oh my god, zombies.
You do it. Clearly, I'm still the only 3D printing enthusiast with one 3D printer. Maybe?
Who only has one 3D printer?
Dude in chat called You Do It.
You do it. Alright, everybody alive, get to the chopper.
Sorry, I'm just killing people here.
The wall is collapsing. You fool.
Yeah.
That's a fair point the wife just made. I would have only had one 3D printer, except I had a birthday and I have a wife who decided to buy me 2 more.
Well, it sounds like you have a keeper there.
Where are you at? Get out of the building.
I'm not in the building. I'm trying to run.
I came to pick you up.
Where the hell are you? Oh, damn it. You're right there.
Hang on,
Okay,
stay there.
I'm not moving.
And Vince is in chat. Happy birthday, Vince.
Where the hell's my helicopter?
Oh, I'm on top of a roof. Hang on, sorry.
Okay, so it does look like this board has a UART connection.
Okay, go. There was guys over here that they were just getting on me.
Yeah, but we're losing health by being outside the wall.
I know, that's why I'm reloading myself.
Holy moly.
So what's the deal with this board? Does it have a Raspberry Pi that plugs into it?
You can plug a Raspberry Pi into it.
Okay, so the Raspberry Pi area actually has some pins for a serial interface.
Let's go pick up some.
And I think you can use those with an Arduino or whatever you want. You could hook up an ESP8266. You could hook up pretty much whatever you want to those pins, I would expect.
Those are absolutely words, as Bob would say. Sorry, Josh. I'm bailing out.
No, it's fine. I'm going after whatchamacallits. I just don't know where it's at. Where is it? It shows right here on my map. Oh, there he is. There's a bad guy behind you.
There was behind me? I already got one.
Oh, I just got another one. And there's another one behind me. He stole my kill, asshole. And he went after my gosh darn box.
Are you dead?
Nope.
Do you need a hand up there?
I'm good. Jerk stole my box. Viking heal. So yeah, Michael, because it has the USB port on it,
Yeah.
I was wondering if the USB port and the either whether a nano or a whatever the other one's called, if they can communicate to each other.
The trouble with trying to use USB for that is you'd have to write a USB like host driver for the Arduino. Because Arduino doesn't like natively talk USB. There's some libraries that are in there, and normally it's as like a client device. Because basically you're replacing the computer, the normal computer, with the Arduino, right?
No. I'm not replacing anything. I just need to send G codes to Marlin.
Yeah, so
Automated.
yeah. So you can do that. You can do that using those 2 pins. I think there's the RX and the TX that normally communicate with the Raspberry Pi.
Oh shit! There's bad guys right here. And I'm looking at Monkey.
That's okay. I was trying to find where that red dot was on the screen. Oh. I do like having a sniper rifle.
Yeah, I always carry a sniper rifle as my second gun.
Yeah. So is that making sense to use?
Whoa.
So on the Raspberry, is there a text pin on the Raspberry Pi pins?
Yeah. So if I'm looking at the schematic correctly, the Raspberry Pi, there are 2 pins which correspond with the RX and the TX pins that are actually on the Raspberry Pi itself.
Okay,
So the Raspberry Pi,
if that's the case, then I can just do that, I think.
I mean, you could just plug in a Pi and start sending stuff if you really wanted to.
I don't have another Pi. I'm an Arduino guy. I don't have Pis laying around like I have Arduinos laying around.
Now, can you have the Pi, like the one thing with the Arduino is you could code it to say run, repeat. Run, repeat.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Monkey, you need to heal.
I mean, you could do the same thing in a little Python script on the Pi, or whatever you want.
Yeah, that's another thing too. I don't know Python.
Well, I mean, it's just more tabby than C. But yeah, you can do your RX and your TX off of the Arduino, and you just have to figure out what the baud speed is. So if you have the baud speed right, you should start be able to send stuff to it. Easiest way to do that is
you can set the baud rate, can't you?
Yeah, well, you have to do that, but you have to figure it out what it's set to first, right?
There's dudes here.
Well, I set it on the. Oh shit! Is somebody shooting at me?
No, I just got shot at.
Yeah, I wouldn't work under the assumption that the baud rate that's going to be set up for the USB port is going to be the same baud rate that's going to be set up for those pins.
Well, that's set up on Marlin too, right?
Oh,
Yeah, you said it in Marlin as to what you'd like as well.
Are you working with a custom build of Marlin right now?
I can do whatever I want with Marlin, right? Because I can load Marlin on there and do my custom build. That's
Yeah.
not a problem.
Okay. So you might just have to tell it that you want to use the serial pins rather than the USB, because I think it uses a 32-bit. Is that the 32-bit processor on there?
Yeah, it's the STM32.
Yeah, so that's probably got a USB to serial kind of circuitry that's actually built into the chip. So it doesn't have like an external
Shit, where'd he go?
serial chip. So you can't just like bypass it. So you might have to tell it to use other pins for the serial.
Where the hell did he go?
Or it could just be that Marlin is built so that it's listening on both pins, which would be great.
Jerk face.
Did you get him?
Yep. Oh shit, the wall.
Yep.
Monkey heel.
Oh jeez. So I'm trying to use my oh geez.
Monkey down. Viking heel.
It was literally a second before it stopped healing.
Oh no, I lost Viking too.
Survivor
Viking,
number 16.
Viking's close though. Keep crawling, Viking.
Can you get out of the wall at all?
Yeah, I can get out of the wall. I just don't
I have to go get him.
Oh shit!
Oh,
I didn't
he's
mean
gone.
to loot him. Ah, damn it!
So which game is this? Is this the one where you have like a pickaxe and you can build stuff kind of like Minecraft?
No, this is Call of Duty Mobile.
Call of Duty Mobile.
But it's doing a battle royale, so very much Fortnite, Apex Legends.
It's too late in the game. I can't res you guys either. That sucks.
Yeah. We made it deep. Spectating. I'm just going to close my screen because I don't need to waste that. I'm watching it here.
Where the hell?
So who all's doing the East Coast Rep Rap online thing this year?
I am, but I'm kind of bummed out that I'm only getting 5 minutes.
When is that supposed to be?
What are you doing, Josh?
Sometime in October. Trying to climb this mountain because I think that's where the freaking thingamabobber
beacon is?
Ah!
Keep going around. Keep going around.
Where is it? God. Is it up there? No, it's this way. How the... Oh,
it's down a hill. A small hill.
Oof.
gosh darn it. I'm blind. I don't want
Ooh,
any of those.
The Annihilator's good.
Yeah, but I don't have 45 ammo. All right, bad guys, bring it on. Oh, somebody's over there. I see ya.
I like that it just picks stuff up for you. That's nice.
You don't like having to hit a key anytime you want to pick something up?
Not on my phone, no. Nice, Josh.
shit.
Get him.
I'm surrounded. Damn it!
You really were too. That sucks.
Number 2.
Number 2, baby.
That was good.
It was good.
I gotta take a break though. My eyes are bugging me.
It's all good. Maybe Cowgirl Donkey Dunks is back. Damn, Monkey, you got 10 kills. You stole all my kills, is what it was.
Oh, just good. Actually, every time I turned around,
There was
some
somebody
guy
there. Yeah.
You know what it is?
At the
One
beginning.
less foot, so the hands work better.
better hand-eye, less hand-foot.
All
Vikings
right,
gonna take a break as well.
Okay. Fine, leave me.
10 kills.
All right. Well, since we only got 30 minutes left, anyways, let's end game and discuss this robot.
Oh, I thought you were going to say play some Jackbox, but yeah, endgame sounds good.
Oh, we can play Jackbox too.
Yeah, my phone's starting to heat up too much.
Make all the robots.
All
What's
right, let's
about
play.
a robot?
No, it's my sample spooler is what I'm making.
Plus, I got
Go
Whoa.
full on robotics. Make it stuff
Josh
the
got
bags
big.
and everything.
Sample
what?
cooler. That sounds like fun.
I said make it full on robotics. Make it stuff the bag and everything.
Absolutely. Come on. Why not? That's the right way to go.
Yeah, that'll be version 6.
if we can just get the thing to work, that's 10. Yeah. Sorry, Mike,
Hi, Mike.
Hello.
but you're in time for automated robotics.
I love automated robotics. That's like my jam.
So if you're like me and stupid, grab a drink and hang out.
All right, so Greg says check my mail for code you sent.
And connect to the RXTX TXRX. Oh, that makes sense. You're just connecting your transmission pins back and forth so that it can communicate.
Right.
There's
but
a
I got
schematic. Do you have the schematic? You want to put it up on the screen?
yeah. Let me do that.
Because there's the pins that are related to the Raspberry Pi header. I think you can just hop right onto. Because I think that 32-bit processor is doing something special where it has a USB driver or a USB kind of like thing that's built into the processor on certain pins that are used for the USB, and then there's a separate set of pins that are probably hooked up to that USB or to the serial pins that are going to the Pi.
See, Mike, we got to make the machines do everything. We got to make them our bitches, otherwise they win.
Yeah.
Well-
Right now, the machine is winning because Josh has to do too much work.
See?
Well, he's just a cog in the machine at that point.
No, but we can't let the
Oh.
machines win.
The machines can't use Josh. Josh has to use the machines.
That's right. Team Orange demands it.
Shit, where did I save it?
Team Orange.
There we go.
Okay, that's kind of tiny.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna make me big. As soon as I find StreamYard, there we go. It's still kind of.
Okay, so zoom in on the right-hand side of the...
Hang on, I can't zoom in on this. Hang on.
Okay.
I'm gonna do.
Let's get some CSI Miami enhance.
Wait a second, wasn't that Blade Runner? Enhance.
They do it on all the shows.
I think that's the original though, because that was what year did Blade Runner come out?
That one with the stuff.
It was a while ago when people were younger.
Yes.
I like how most of our conversations don't get specific at all.
If you speak in generalities, you don't have to speak about anything.
Correct.
All right, so we're gonna zoom in here
Uh-huh.
on the Raspberry Pi portion.
Yep, keep on zooming.
Well, I gotta find where the pinout is.
It's that.
See the Raspberry Pi pinout over there on the... Yeah, right there.
This
Zoom in
is
on
right.
that. Yep. Okay, so you see where it has the PA10 and the PA9?
Uh huh.
I believe that those are going to be your serial pins on the Pi. So if you go to Google and just type in Raspberry Pi pinout, there's a website. It ends in .xyz, and it's really nice because it gives you code examples about how to use certain pins.
Color examples. I've used it myself. That's
code,
kind of
code examples.
I saw one that had. I had one that actually had color example as to where everything matched up on the board on the pie.
Oh yeah.
that's what I'm
It's a
looking
nice
at.
interactive thing. It really is.
I think one of those comes with the pies.
I don't know. I always just throw out the little package.
So do I.
right.
Yeah, there you
so-
go. Nice. Yeah, so you got your nice GPIO headers.
Pin it.
So pan to the left. No, up to the right. I'm sorry. Yeah. so
Those
you
purple
see,
ones, top row to the left.
Yeah, because it goes. It's got the two powers. You got the ground right there, which you're going to need when you hook up your Arduino to it. So you're going to need to have the ground, and you can maybe power the Arduino off of this if you want.
Should be pins 8 and 10 that you're looking at there, Josh.
Yeah, it's that first row.
Okay, so 8 is text and 10 is RX.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if you
That
don't
would
need
be-
bidirectional communication, you can just, send stuff to it if you want with one wire in the ground.
Well, I may listen, like if I do really high tech shit and listen to what Marlin's feedback, then I may be able to do additional codes too.
The only thing I'm going to see as a problem here potentially is you're going to have to configure Marlin to use both serial interfaces at the same time. That's my guess, because this has one of them fancy 32-bit chips in it, and it doesn't have a USB to serial converter chip on the board. Like if you look at the board itself, if you pan over to the rest of the board, you don't see like a CH340 or anything on there.
No, but you might have to set your one serial drive to just like you do with when you're picking up the TFT. Hook one up to like -1 and one to 0 or whatever.
Well,
And
see,
now you've got two serial ports running at once.
that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking, because right here in EXP1 and EXP2 are the serial ports for if I was going to hook up a screen.
Just
So-
a plain screen, yeah.
Well, that's probably SPI, isn't it?
So what I was going to do is hook it up to those pins, but I don't know what pins those are. And then down here, it's got a touch screen.
So like when
you
you set up Marlin for these big tree boards, if you want to use a screen with it and USB input, you have to tell it, like, at least I know mine, I had to do like 0 for the one serial port and then -1 or something.
right.
Yeah, you have
And
to
that's
fiddle
how you-
with that fig file.
That's how you tell it in just right in the first like 5 seconds of being in the config. What communication ports, and then like you said, you set the baud rate right there as well. But with this, like Greg's kind of saying you should just be able to just use those Pi ports right to the Arduino, and that's that.
Yeah, that's definitely the path I would take.
Because it doesn't care if it's a Pi or it's as long as it uses those input.
Yeah. I think that's what I'll try first. That may be the easiest. Just try to use the PA10 and PA9, which should be
And then, like Greg said, you use like 2 and
Section
6 as
or-
well, or 4 and 6 for your ground and 5-volt to power your.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to use 4, 6, 8, and 10
Right.
right off to the Arduino.
Yeah, I mean that's how we go, and we used to hook up our boards directly to, because we had the Raspberry Pis that were connected directly to the ramps boards, and that's how we would do that normally back in the day.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. At least try that.
Oh, that's a classic.
The third from the last pie that I bought came with one of those cards.
Really?
Look at that. Oh, that's a Cana kit. That's why.
Yeah, the Cana kits are nice.
Yeah, when you pay so much money, it's nice when they give you a little cardboard card in there.
I mean, it's totally worth all the extra money for the card.
Right. I tend to also buy, because of what I use Pies for, which is stupid stuff like running Octoprint only. I just buy 3B pluses. Like they're on Amazon. I buy them. They're RS whatever.
You can
Brand
get
new
them from. Are you in the U.S. or are you Canada?
No, Canada land.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't be. I have healthcare and I'm not dying.
I
As
use
much.
ties for stupid things at work, so I make them buy it, and I don't care about the couple extra bucks.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then when you then now you have the case and the cord and then they're like,
And when
oh,
it-
we need an HDMI cord. And you're like, hey, guess what came in this kit? An HDMI cord.
And when the project doesn't work out and we no longer need the product, it goes in my drawer here in the desk.
Right into my pocket.
Yeah, that's the best way to acquire equipment.
But yeah, if you're using the Arduino to send, you're not like, it's not like you're having to send it a slice. You're literally gonna write G code of what you want it to do. Right? You're gonna tell it to move motor.
Okay, so
Like
yeah,
you're gonna label it. You're gonna label it X and say spin X.
pretty much, yeah.
300 millimeters, whatever you figured out the revolution's going to be for the stepper.
Wait a second. Let me ask a question here. How many motors do you need for this contraption you're going to use to wind a spool?
It's a
As
good
of
question.
right now,
Got to be at
where did I
least
put
3.
it? So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, X, Y, Z, extruder 0, extruder 1, extruder 2, and extruder 3.
So, I mean, I'm going to ask
So
a dumb
7
question
motors.
here. I'm going to ask a dumb question, but why not just write the Arduino code to control a motor?
Because then I have to set up 5 million wires to program stepper drivers.
Because you got to
No,
have
why don't you
drivers.
just program the Arduino board or the ramps board you have with the Arduino environment.
Because you still have to control steppers for the stepper motors.
Yeah.
And you'd have to run 5 million wires to a
'Cause you gotta-
breakout board.
Well, no.
No,
I think what he's saying
you
is
have
use the
to-
GTR,
You
but
have the
instead of putting
3
Marlin
board.
on it, put Arduino on it.
Because
just-
I don't know, because then I got to do pinouts and all that other crap. No, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. Marlin's already written. I can just say, hey, move X motor here.
And then if we get stuck, you just say, hey, Keith, how do I do this? Vert,
I'm just-
hook me up, buddy.
No, I'm just
Anybody.
saying you might be adding an extra layer of abstraction and problems by doing it that way.
I like I said, if I don't put Marlin on here, then I've got to make sure I include all the libraries. I've got to set all the
Now,
pinouts
Here's a question, though,
and all that
Josh.
other stuff.
This Predator, I used Marlin that some other person has created. He wrote it for this board and set up and everything like that, and for the Predator. But within it, there's custom commands. So the custom command, like you scroll through the wheel, you click change filament, it drops, it moves the head over, it
Right.
preheats, it does a push, or it does a retraction, then a push, then a retraction all the way out a certain amount, and then it waits for you to input. So it has a custom command. Why don't you just use custom commands in Marlin?
Because I still have to trigger them automatically.
You still have to
I have
manually
to
say
wait until one thing's done. Like the DC motor, I can't control in Marlin.
no.
So the DC motor is going to be controlled by the Arduino, and I've got a speed controller for it, so that I can speed it up.
Because it's
got
the winder, right? The DC motor is because you don't have their steppers don't have enough torque unless you go to like a NEMA 23 or something like that.
So the DC motor, it has to start slow, otherwise it either A, snaps the filament, or B, doesn't grip the filament, the end of the filament. So it has to start slow, and then after 1 or 2 winds, then I can speed it up full blast, and then once it hits to 50 rotations, I slow it down for the last 6 rotations so that the spool doesn't unwind.
Because it's just on a roller, like it's just on its own.
Right.
So then so you've got it now. The Arduino's going to
So I've got the
speed up and
Arduino
slow down.
doing the the Hall monitor sensors, or whatever the heck they're called.
Hall effects.
Hall effect sensor, yeah. Counting the little magnet whizzing by for the counter. And then once it hits a certain thing, then I slow down the DC motor. And then once it's done, then I can trigger the twist tie machine to drop down and trigger and secure it. And then once that's done, I can trigger the cutter so that the cutter cuts the filament. And then when that's done, I can trigger send commands to Marlin to raise certain parts to drop the filament out and push it out of the way.
Yeah, because you could have the cutter on a stepper, and the stepper moves, say, from 0 to 150 or whatever our rotation is, and that's what comes in and cuts and then brings it up. And then it's
Right.
wait. You put a wait command after it. When that's done, then the next one comes in and does its next move, wait command. Next one comes in and pushes it off the
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to kind of understand. So you have one motor which is going to do the winding. You have another motor which is going to do a cut. You're going to have another motor which is going to do.
Okay, so I have a motor feeding the filament into the sample spool. So there's the feeding motor.
Is that separate from the winding motor?
It's like yes. It has to feed to the spool to clamp it, or from the spool to the sampler. It has to push the filament in, and then it grips the spool grips it, and then a motor spins 56 times, and then I've got two motors that are basically extracting the sample off of the spool. One motor cutting it, and one motor pushing the sample out of the way.
I mean, I guess I'm just trying to kind of understand here. So you're using an extruder assembly, like a Bowden extruder assembly, to do that initial feed?
No, I'm just using a.
He walks over and pushes it into the filament thing, and then pushes the button.
I'm okay. So I'm feeding filament in between two wheels. Okay. And then I'm stepping away. And then I'm pushing a button, and those two wheels feed the filament in about that far until it can be gripped by my sample spool. And then it releases so that it's not holding on to the thing anymore, because otherwise it'd cause the motor to turn too. I don't want that. You get electric feedback. And then from there, after the sample spool grips the filament, it spins 56 times and then stops. And then my twist tie gun comes in and twist ties and secures the spool so it doesn't come undone. And then it cuts it. And then it extracts, and then it pushes the filament off of the spool. And then the arm swings out and pushes that out of the way. And then it all starts over again.
I mean, this sounds kind of like a Rube Goldberg machine.
100% it is. It's Mousetrap for grown-ups.
You could possibly simplify it a little bit.
You tell me how, and I will be doing this, because I've been thinking about this for 2 years.
Okay, so basically, if you have your feed right here, okay, and you're gonna basically send material out from it,
right?
You have a cavity, right? That's circular shaped,
right?
Okay? And that cavity, you just feed it in there, and it kind of spools itself up. Then at the top of the cavity, you have two holes, so you can go around it with whatever kind of string or whatever you're going to use for tying it off. Okay, so you have something that just shoots through and loops back around, or whatever. There's ways of doing that. But basically, if you keep it contained inside, you feed it into this contained space where it can.
But then you don't get pretty samples, and I need pretty samples that don't go thicker than that thick.
Well, that's the thing. The volume, the diameter of whatever cavity you feed it into, will determine.
Right, but when you do it that way, the filament stacks on top of each other. So you got
also it'll however wide the cavity is also, right? It'll stack
right
also.
But it stacks. So if you have a tube, okay, and you're feeding filament into it, as it's feeding in, it stacks into a stack. It goes as many 50.
So you just
it's not that. It's that because there's 56 loops. all against the inside of this tube that stacks up for every spin.
Because if it tries to go back onto itself, now it'll cut under itself or anything like that.
So you got a stack of 56 filaments now that you have to now compress down to 3/4 of an inch, which is going to cause tangling or just not freaking collapse or whatever.
I think there's got to be a reason.
It doesn't work.
So
there's got to be a reason why off the filament line they run it right into the spools, right? They don't load it into something else.
Yeah, depending on the volume of whatever like space you put it into. Let's just say it's like 3/4 of an inch thick, and it's a certain diameter. At the end, you could go and reduce that size of that volume, and it would self-spin itself up more.
And how are you going to reduce that size with a motor?
Yeah, so it would be a motor that would basically.
So you'd still have another motor gripping onto something to make it reduce its size.
But you're not spinning it. You're just pushing it into a volume at that point.
I understand that, and I've thought about this, and like I said, it stacks, and you need to be able to have a nice, pretty sample that fits into a 3/4 inch sample.
Plus, with pushing it like that, after about 10 to 20 revolutions or so, it's going to bind.
Yeah, it may bind.
That PLA is going to get grippy because it doesn't like to rub against itself, right? Because you're counting on its continuous. Like if it was maybe like wire or something that's a little bit more lower friction, that PLA or like PETG or anything, once it starts binding up, or even if Josh wants to use any of the more exotic materials, it's out the window with anything carbon fiber related. It's just going to snap instantly. And Llama says too, it'll get a twisted knot. Probably it'll happen. Oh God, TPU.
Yo, yeah, I do TPU as well, and that definitely wouldn't work in there.
There's got to be a smart way of doing it, because there's other people who are putting out samples and they're not tracking them.
I know one company, Atomic. They have a $10,000 sample making machine.
Ooh.
Josh doesn't have that kind of money.
I do not have that kind of money.
Subscribe, alien3d.us, buy the boxes, get Josh a machine.
MakerBox, they have their own in house system as well, but it's all manual.
Are you currently using? Yeah. Are you going to be putting these on a spool, or you're not spooling them? Right.
I am spooling them and then taking them off the little sample spooler and sticking them in the bags with discount packet. Wait, hang on. Let me show you. I have some.
Here, right here. I've got one right here.
Sample. Oh, yeah, Bob's got one too. Sample.
But the twist tie machine is new.
Yeah, the twist tie machine is new.
It was Josh with zip ties.
It was zip ties.
Okay.
But like Bob,
I tried to get him to buy a zip tie gun, and a zip tie gun was like $3,000. So that was like, well, there's no point buying a zip tie gun. Better off to buy a twisty tie gun. Because that twisty tie gun, they weren't that expensive, was it? It wasn't.
It was like $130, something like that.
I was gonna say, but remember we saw the ones. There was one where somebody suggested, which was the bread one, but that's a sticker, which is no good for the filament.
Right.
But the twisty tie one works nice.
Yeah, the twisty tie, it works great.
MakerBox was using one that they just, once they pulled it off, they just pushed it into the machine, and it zip tied it or twisty tied it for them.
Yeah, and I looked into those, and those are freaking expensive.
Those were like $4 or $5 too. I think we looked that one night.
Well, I think I saw one for like $1,900, but it was from China. But yeah,
so what you really want is you want something that's gonna, because if you have a spool, right, and you have to manually take it off the spool, that's no good. You want to just end up with a pile of sample-sized wrapped filament that's ready to rock.
Exactly, that I just have to bag and label.
You know what'd be interesting is if you could have a motor turn a cam. The cam opened up arms like my spool holder. And when it's engaged, the cam pushes those arms out. It can wind up, and then it can back off the cam, and it falls forward
That would be awesome too.
I don't know how to do it, but it's an idea.
That would be awesome too.
And then you could get a robot arm to just go over, pick it up, move it over, and drop it into the thing.
Well, I mean, one of my ideas that I've had, and theoretically it would still work, is I don't know if you've seen these sample spools to where they're like crisscross like that, so they fold.
Okay.
And basically, I could make it to where it's like that, and the sample goes in between the fold, and then afterwards it straightens out, and it can drop the sample. The problem is gripping the end of the sample.
Here's a question for you as well.
Sample.
From Friday, did you talk to Ben yet?
Who?
From the Friday night call. His name's Ben, I want to say Whitlingham or something. Hang on. Ben Whitham. Whittam.
I've talked to Joe Spanier, and
so
he's
Ben was the guy who asked anybody with laser cutters to test out this cardboard spool.
Oh, Ben, yes.
Ben with Tiffany's Lemonade.
Yeah,
stand.
Yeah, he's
so that cardboard spool. Like, I know you don't have a laser cutter, but I mean, fuck, an excuse to buy a tool is an excuse to buy a tool. But his spool holder uses the 2 chunks of cardboard and a couple 3D printed little things, and it's done.
Me and him have been talking for months about that.
If it could handle the torque, it would realistically really cover your.
Well, I'd still have to change out the cardboard spools.
Might it be
and
better?
make them.
Might it be better to have, whatever cylinder you're going to wind up the thing on, basically have a detached surface, so you could raise it. You could feed your filament in, it would come back down, clamp it, and then it could pull.
You mean this? Yes, that's what I'm doing. It's feeding between the 2 pieces, clamping down, spinning, but it's also got to be between these 2 thingamabobbers. Hang on. Let me show you. All right. So it goes like this, right?
Uh-huh.
It feeds in. This one.
You grab
these things don't move. But anyways, it feeds in, pushes down, does its spinning, right?
Uh-huh.
This bottom part doesn't move anywhere. This part lifts back up, which pulls it off, pulls the filament off that. And then these lift up, which pulls the sample off the bottom part. And then an arm comes through and kicks it out of here.
So that's...
I know a guy who knows how to eject things from a machine. He's a bit of a long-haired hippie and has a problem with Star Wars, but he's a nice guy.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like a lot of moving parts and stuff. Like if
it has to be if you can come up with some.
Well, wait.
I told you you got to go to X Prize. How do you think SpaceX got so far ahead? The X Prize, way back in the day, that's what got them going. Need a UFO prize.
So yeah, if you have those 2 things, and it looks like you have 2 rubber sheets which act as the clamping for the initial pull of the spool.
Right.
If one of those didn't move, right, and the other one popped out, did its thing, and then went like this, okay, and you had it slightly canonical shaped, right, like a cone, okay, you could wind up your filament and then open it and drop it as long as you handled putting the zip tie on while it was clamped together. And I think that's possible.
How it needs 2 walls though. It has to have walls.
I know that it needs 2 walls. So this
So
wall,
how's it dropping it off?
Well, you're not having it flat. You're turning it 90 degrees. So when it pulls apart, gravity takes over.
Yeah, I could do that too.
So if you did that, you don't have to have an ejector.
Okay, so that's 1 less motor out of 7.
And now, okay, so you have a motor which spins this, right? Spins the one of the wheels. The other
DC
wheel
motor.
is going to be hard mounted, but it can still spin, right? It's going to be stationary. So you have to have something that pulls and pushes this apart, okay?
Right.
You need to have one motor which basically would thread through, right? There would be a thread through on these two discs with a slot that went all the way to the outside. And if you did that, you could send your wire wrap through that, okay? You could basically loop around. You could have a hook, whatever you want, but you could have something that just does the loop there and secures the bundle. And then you open up the mouth of the machine and it drops out.
The securing is already handled by a twist tie gun. That's not an issue. It's releasing the sample after it's cut into.
If you open the thing up, it drops.
But see, that's the thing though. You can't just open it up and it drops, because you have to pry the filament off of the center parts.
Well, wait. So hold the thing up again so we can see it from the side view. Right?
All right. So if you do it like this.
Yep. So if you were to slightly taper one side,
this side cannot move. If you slightly taper it, then you mess with the dimensions.
If you slightly taper it, you make it so that it can drop out the item.
But you have if you taper any of this plastic when you're making a sample on it, the sample is going to follow the taper. So it's going to
revolution won't always be equal.
It's going to grip the center. Okay? And
well, instead of the center, put it on one side to start out with. Okay? So you have your two little rubber pads, which
you're lucky, Bob.
Side, and you have the rest of the spool over here. You get what I mean? So those two rubber pads that you have in the middle there, move them to one side of the spool, one or the other, so that it's just a flat disc on one side, and it's your spool with the little barrel that sticks out the front on the other. So it clamps, does its winding. You have a slot in there for doing your zip tie or whatever it is, and then you open it up, and it just drops out. And as long as that cylindrical area was tapered a little bit,
I don't think it's going to drop off.
There's your fusion skills, Michael.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a visual aid on that.
Fusion this shit up. Because I know fusion's got like you can make it do motions.
Oh, so you know what? Wait a second. There's an even easier method, right?
Uh-oh.
Even freaking easier. Okay.
Hire a small Chinese person.
Get a small delta. No, I got it. You're going to get a small delta, Josh. You're going to tell it to print a coil of 1.75 material. Okay? Then you're going to use this auto drop thing I heard about, and it's going to push the coil off the bed and repeat the coil. And it's just going to keep doing that. And you just have a little bit of support material around the outside that acts like a zip tie, and then it
just call up Carl and get one of his belt printers.
Yeah, just start printing noodles.
Okay, so let's see that right there.
Oh, you went paper.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you have your spool here made with the one side, which is just basically a flat disc, right? Mm-hmm. Then you have the rest of the spool. Yeah, damn it. Okay. Then you have the rest of the spool, which is the cylinder and the other disc, which makes up the other sidewall. You have a motor here, which does the winding. You can push and pull this thing out. So that's what does the clamping action.
You want me to push and pull the motor?
No, you can do a racket pinion.
This whole thing here. Or this side, doesn't really matter. Okay? But if you do it from this side, you can have a stationary object here that
I can't move the motor. This thing is this freaking big. It's a freaking huge, gigantic.
You don't have to move the motor.
Well,
if you go with a
slide, you could slide this thing.
Drive it from the other side, from the stationary thin side.
Oh yeah, that works.
And then you're just going to use a rack to move that other one in and out.
Okay, hang on.
Your motor will be perpendicular to it.
You're giving it something that will pull the thing off.
If you have a slot here, right, when you pull this thing back, this will nudge the filament off the spool.
Hang on, I feel I have to inform you guys of some things. Hang on.
First of all, Josh is not an engineer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's doing engineering activity.
I play one at work.
I play one on TV.
All right.
Nobody wants to see me on
Photoshop,
TV.
where are you?
Oh.
Okay.
It's part of the Pirate Chronicles.
Arg.
All right. So, gigantic motor. Where's the circle?
How big does this motor have to be? Why can't you go to Harbor Freight and pick up a $20 drill? It's got a gearbox and everything.
Tried that for a while, didn't we? Didn't you?
Yeah.
I think you had one for a manual when you're doing it manually.
I mean, that to me is pretty lightweight. You don't need a vacuum cleaner motor to do this, right? Or a blender.
Okay. Listen. I need torque. I need control. Anyways, is that gonna do right? Nope, that's not gonna do right.
Oh, look at that! It's a lovely pink circle.
Is that gonna do right? Maybe, but I need.
All right, folks. I'm going to pop out of here because dinner was delivered.
Ooh,
Go
You are a
sir.
lucky man.
Thank
Tell
you for
Renee
popping in.
I didn't get any delivered downstairs.
All right, so I have
I see a blank sheet.
the end of the motor, right?
Yeah.
Just pretend the motor is behind this. This is you're looking at the motor, and this is the
Flat at
Right.
the motor.
right.
Yep.
So this has a gear on it that's like, oops, hang on. A gear on it that's like this big.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay. Hang on. Dang it, I need to.
I like how you're trying to learn a software and do it at the same time.
No, I just don't play with these tools very often.
Nah.
All right. So, and then there's a drive chain.
You have a
that-
drive chain for this? Are you going to
that-
run this like off of an old exercise bike or something?
It's like a bike chain type chain.
It's
Okay.
a windshield washer motor.
Yeah, it's a windshield
Wiper
wiper motor.
It's a wiper motor. So high
And-
torque, a lot of repeatability.
So this goes around another gear over here.
Okay.
And this is my sample.
I got you.
Or this is the gear that turns this sample. My sampler. Okay. So this thing is going to turn. Oh, gosh darn it. I need another layer. This thing's going to turn. Beep, beep. Actually, I think it turns this way. Beep, beep.
I mean, it doesn't matter which way it turns. It just matters that it spins it up.
All right. So I can't move any of this part.
Okay. So
In and
if
out.
you use that as the stationary face,
And your other side
does
is
the
like a clutch plate.
yeah, exactly. And if
It's
you
just
But-
a clutch that's coming in.
But
and
hang on. You still haven't explained how to extract the sample off of it.
as you pull back that spool, right? You have a notch in the top of it, right? And you have a stationary piece of material here. When you retract the spool back, it pops it right off.
Or because you're feeding it into the middle and then winding up, that part that moves can just have a hook on it. So when it just pulls back and collects the whole thing, and it would then hook it because then it's a pirate themed thing.
Yeah, that okay. So if you were spinning the
Because you're not spinning around the entire outside surface, right? It doesn't matter if there's something crossing over the plane, as
Yeah.
long as it's not engaging in the spin, and that can
Yeah.
also help with locking it together.
Yeah, you could have the hook on either side, and in this particular case, if the spool itself, like the bulk of the spool, not the one that's just like a wall, but
Right.
if the bulk of the spool was on the side that you were driving, right, the side you were spinning, the other side you could just have a little hook on it, like exactly what you were saying, and when it pulls away, it pulls the object or it pulls the spool or the filament with it. Does that not sound like it would work?
Okay, so I'm down to 5 motors out of 7.
Well, what are the other motors for? So you have that one motor. You have a motor which pushes and pulls back, which could just be a solenoid if you really wanted it to be.
Okay, maybe. Hang on. 1, 2.
You have to have a snipper, which
3. Okay, maybe I can do it with 3 motors.
yeah, that's And you can have it so that the snipping action is part of the retracting, which pulls the thing off, right? Because you could have it snip while it's pulling
Well,
off.
Well,
if that part that was coiled up somehow was
this
constrained,
this is gonna. Oh shit! My thing's still on. Y'all tell me that. All right, so this is my cutter, and it's gonna the motor as it turns, it's gonna pull a wire and go.
Yeah, so but you can control that with the same I/O pin that you're going to control the back undo the clamp and clamp. You could do that literally from the same I/O pin.
the only part I have a question about is once you've cut, so you've got to somehow get it to feed like the wire, like the filament out,
Right.
and then once you cut it, you got to make sure that end doesn't go. Whoop, 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 whoop.
The end of the sample or the end from the spool?
Both.
Well,
It's gripped between two, and then this one is already twist.
It's already zip tied before you cut it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if
That
that's
makes
the
sense.
case, then you could because if you're zip tying it like here, for example, and then there's like a 6-inch spool that just kind of comes in on its own, but you know that that's there. Instead of having to use snippers or something like that, just use a spinning blade really quickly up against the face of wherever it's being gripped from, and it'll just whoop,
I could do that too.
and it'll just cut the PLA real quick.
Yeah. This is what design for production's all about.
Is that using the cutters though, the side cutters, is very, very mousetrap, and I love it. Like I want the basket to come down and flip the man into the cup. Like that's
Chris Russell from Practical Printing sent me a video the other day of somebody doing that. It's for a wire cutting machine.
Oh yeah, they have the scissors.
It feeds a wire, and then it's got like cutters, and then behind the board is a stepper motor with a circle on it and a wire going to the end of this.
oh god, that's awesome.
And after it feeds the wire through the pinchers,
Just
and then
tightens it
goes.
and then loosens. Yeah.
No, it doesn't even do that. It's like a wheel on the end of the motor
Okay.
with like the wire from this top circle to here. So as it spins
it's like a
down, goes up, and then when it spins up, it releases it.
Yeah, it's just a cam and it's just constantly poop, 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 poop.
If
poop.
you're
So
if you're
that's what I
going
was
to do that with a string, you
wicked.
can just hook it up to the other clutch plate though, or to the whatever's going to do that side to side motion. Like if you're just going to do it with a string, you have to.
I like
Theoretically.
I like the snips though.
Theoretically.
So Josh,
But,
what on a completely unrelated note, only because I looked over it, you said you're going to be getting MK3, MK2, MK3S, MK1.
I don't even really know. He says it's an MK3, maybe an MK3S on his Twitter post, so it
Okay.
may be a 3KS, but I don't really know.
Nice part is a 3S upgrade kit isn't that much money. If you wanted to go that way.
Find out next weekend when I get it from him. I got to meet him in Gainesville.
Nice. Careful up that way. I hear Walter's roaming the woods.
Well, Walter's like 3 hours north of me, so he's testing out his 3D printed lower.
Which, quite honestly, it makes perfect sense as to why it's working, because it's the internals are still all
Metallic.
like you still have, they're all still metal internals, and that also makes sense as to why you blew the shock off the ass end, because it just couldn't handle the load on the threads, because you probably printed it standing straight up instead of against the
Right.
grain.
Realistically, anybody who's printing AR lowers, if they want to do that, you can get beefier versions of the STL files, which makes it a little bit bulkier, but improves the rigidity of that whole piece. And if you're going to do it, I mean, you should do it out of nylon instead of like a crazy person.
So the MK3 to MK3S upgrade kit is $20 right now, because it includes 0 printed parts. They've decided they've switched production to other things.
What's it replacing?
It should be, you get a new filament sensor, So it's got the better filament sensor. So you got IR sensor and tube, bolts, fastener, steel ball magnet, a new sleeve. You get 300 grams of black PETG for self-printing the parts. I think that was the big difference, was that it had the better filament runout sensor.
Gotcha.
Oh, I like Chris Lane's suggestion. Katana. And to get the sample off the holder, nunchucks.
You'd have to set up a live stream of that, and people would just watch it.
But you charge per minute.
Well, see, my thing is, I couldn't find any like good rubber that was like no slip rubber on here.
Yeah,
So
it's hard to find a good
I'm
rubber.
hoping
sometimes.
this stuff actually works and grips the sample enough.
If it doesn't, you could use a hard surface to do it.
It slips out.
Yeah, so that's the big thing. So the F3S upgrade, the original sensor was actually checking the optical image of the filament.
Right.
And wouldn't work with some translucence. So this now, it's still an optical sensor, but it's actually triggering, the optical is triggering off the ball being pushed and the magnet moving, not the filament itself. So there's my 3 cents.
That's almost a nickel.
Yeah, so
it's like $1.20 American, 3 cents.
So
Canadian.
it's looking for the visual of the ball bearing, right?
No. It doesn't. It's looking at. So the filament comes through and pushes the ball bearing, which pushes the magnet bit. But that has a little tab essentially that is in the sensor.
Oh, okay.
So it's indirectly viewing what's happening. And then when the filament comes out, the magnet repels the thing and it says it's out of filament. And when you push it in, it pushes it towards it and holds itself there. And then when you pull the magnet out, it repels again.
Gotcha.
But the filament rides against that little ball bearing to make it nice. And so far, from the few 100 hours I've printed with this thing, it hasn't once given me a hiccup. But then the other thing is, depending on, so once I upgrade this to an MMU setup, the MK3S filament sensor and attachments and everything like that are pretty much, like, all the printed parts are kind of useless. You end up replacing them. Like, I've got almost a whole extruder in a box over there. But everyone's been warning me either to go ahead and do it or to not and count my blessings. And I don't know, people are pretty hot or not about the MMU.
Paul, I don't know what brand it is, but that's basically what I'm using as shelf liner. That's what that black rubber stuff is.
Shelf liner. Mr. Cassell, how is it going?
So we'll see if it works. The 3-motor system may be easier.
Plus, it's a learning exercise.
Well, I mean, I have freaking this that I could always figure out how to use too. Oh, that's the wrong box. Where the heck is it? Oh, it's on my other shelf again.
So what's got you questioning whether or not you want to use an MMU?
Oh, not me, other people. Because people have issues with MMUs because they don't set it up right, or you don't build it right. Or
complexity, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I love those linear actuators.
So I could use this too.
You can just use that to boop, boop.
That would definitely do the work of.
That's your solenoid. That's your solenoid and everything.
I just got
200 pounds of force with that, though.
Only have what?
You only have 200 pounds of force with that.
It may not be enough.
I know. you could run into problems.
And what's nice is it's slow.
But don't you need a control? Don't you need a control board for this though?
Yeah, but you can get a. I can send you a link because that's what we use for our auto eject system.
Well, that's the thing. I think I already bought the control board for it. I just gotta find it.
Is it like a rectangle?
Yes, I just don't know what I did with it.
Does it have 2 buttons on it?
I don't remember. I never even opened it. I got it in Amazon, opened the box, and then tossed it on one of my tables somewhere.
Ah,
Yeah, and the nice part about linear actuators is you don't have to set them up to be ramroddy, right? You can have them be nice, smooth, easy motion.
that's exactly it. They go slow and easy, but they push. Like if you're in the front of it, you're going to get moved.
And
Right.
you could print like a little like C that connects to the end of the shaft, so that basically grabs the filament and slides it right off to the box.
Well, no.
And
See
then back.
what's gonna have to happen is I'm gonna have to mount. What the hell do I do with them?
That's
I'm
right,
gonna
Bob.
have to
Pirate.
mount one of these on it,
Pirate
Yeah.
action.
Yeah,
and then it's gonna have to spin.
Yeah, that's.
So you
not-
just
that's
put a
not
bearing on it.
difficult.
Yeah, which I already have. Where?
It looks like you're on the right track then.
Yeah, like I've been work. Oh shit! Hang on a sec.
Oh, don't lose your bearings there.
No, I don't lose my bearings. Once I'm a seafarer, I'm good. I don't lose my bearings.
Well, wait a
The
second.
Pirate
Yeah.
life for me.
Has anybody gotten you a parrot yet?
No, not yet.
I'm sorry. I can't be making lame jokes. I mean, oh, damn it. I'm bad. I apologize. I heard you put a cup holder on it.
Oh, I've got a cup holder on my iWalk for sure. And I got like this cool. I found this like attachment that goes on crutches. So I got my keys and my wallet, and then I can put papers or my reusable mask goes in there.
Okay.
I clean it. So I wash my mask, put it back in the package, stick it in there, so I've got it when I need to, when I go to an appointment or something. I think there's Kleenex in here. Oh, there's headphones. So I always have this stuff all the time.
I mean, that's convenient.
And then this cup holder will actually hold a 1 liter Nalgene bottle.
Okay. Now, is that less mass than what they removed, or is that way more than what they removed?
It's hard to say. So they removed about 4 or 5 pounds. My leg that I should be getting in a couple weeks will weigh about 4 or 5 pounds.
Okay, so it's basically
Like, yeah,
replaceable
it'll be equal what I lose to what I get.
The big question is, did they let you take it home with you? Like you have something sitting in your freezer right now.
No, they let me take this one home with me.
They didn't let you take the rest of it, though.
No. Just
Yeah.
fine. I just
So my
want this
mom-
one spot to heal up. This fucking little.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
My mom's on her way to work. She stopped by to get the ear savers.
Oh, moms.
How many of those you print out so far?
Probably about 300
Rookie numbers.
just for her hospital.
After 10,000, I stopped. Shit,
So-
I forgot. A friend of mine wanted me to print her some.
Yeah, I feel
So
like laser cutting
already-
would be easier.
laser cutting what?
The ear savers, just because it's essentially a flat piece, right?
Yeah, but did you see all the pretty ear savers I've been making? They're multicolored.
They got all the colors. They got
And-
logos on them. You got Yoda.
And the one
I
thing
got
that about
Harry
the-
Potter one I did today.
So I know a guy who was doing laser cut ones. The
Uh-huh.
problem is the waste. And when PETG sheeting, which is still relatively difficult to get a hold of, when you can just use it to cut squares for face shields, cutting intricate designs and having waste wasn't ideal to them.
Yeah.
So printing them was just easier, and then you can print kinds of different sizes. You can put logos in them for companies. You can
Yeah.
put Mickey Mouse on it, or Yoda, or
And
alienpt.us, where you go sign up for your UFO box, monthly subscription, $36 a month, includes shipping.
Oh, and On all of the ear savers, I put Alien 3D on the back of them, except for the plain ones. The plain ones, there's no space for them. But
How many of those ear savers do you figure you could print from one sample spool?
well,
Three?
they're
100.
0.88. They're 0.88 meters per one that I'm printing.
Right, but you're printing, like, your samples are like a 50-ish gram sample.
My samples are 20 to 22 meters.
Yeah,
So
but
I could,
weight-wise, they're
I
So
don't know.
like
I don't
what?
do it by
Probably
weight.
about 10 or 15 of them then?
No, like
probably
100.
about like 20 to 30.
The ones I was printing there were 2 grams a piece. So with a 50-gram sample.
Yeah.
That's the other way around. 25. 100-gram sample you get. It's late.
Yeah,
I've been drinking.
between 20 and 30. But anyway,
Bob,
so
come on back. Show them your hat.
I already have this thing and everything that's
Awesome. So put
like
it up.
I've got most.
Actuator.
I've got most of it. Well, now I got to design a piece to go around that and for this to screw into, and then probably.
Well, that looks like it's got a
pin through
threaded.
there.
Yeah.
This is threaded, so I'm gonna have to design something.
No, that looks like it.
Thread this into.
Grab the end of it there and twist it. The end of the linear actuator. I have a feeling that cap will pop off.
I don't think so.
No, the ones that I've been buying, some of them are 2-piece, where it has a little thing in the cap there, and other ones are not.
You could also just tap the holes on that aluminum coupling and just put a bolt in it.
That's what I was going to do. I was just going to put a bolt in it.
So just find whatever the closest tap size is, tap it, and then put a bolt in it, and now that's your set pin for.
No, it does unscrew.
Is it unscrewing the whole thing, or is it unscrewing just the tip?
The whole thing.
Oh, never mind. There's 2 versions of it. One of them will just take the tip off.
Well, I have 2 actuators. I bought one of them was a different model than the other one, so maybe the other one does. I think it's in my car though. But yeah, I got to find the control boards for that.
Yeah, the ones that I'm using. Let me try to pull up the Amazon for them, because these ones, they work really well. I've been super happy with them.
Maybe this is it. Hang on, I got to find the ones I bought. Amazon orders. Yeah, so this one is, I think, the DC 12 volt 6-inch 225 pound. I can't remember what the name of this control board is though, so you're gonna have to bear with me while I go through my 50 million items in my Amazon history.
It's gonna be big enough.
Yeah, this control board, I'm going to send you a link right now in the chat on here.
Yep, this is it. The L29 or 298M.
Oh, that thing's going to be too cheesy to run that. Trust me.
Why? All it has to do is push and pull and then be done, right?
Yeah,
but you're not really looking for much weight.
Those linear actuators, they take a bit of juice to get going, and I mean, they're pretty beefy.
I think it looks like it's got a beef-ass MOSFET on it, though.
It says it's got 12 volts of driving voltage.
What? How many amps can it?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Because the one I just put into the chat here, the private chat on the link, that one I know works with those motors and works very well.
Well, also I have to do this tomorrow versus waiting for shipping arrives August 11th to the 13th.
Maybe order it so that if it doesn't work, you know it's coming.
Right.
Yeah, the nice thing about those linear actuators, though, is that they have limit switches in them built in. So you can just change the direction. You can go all the way in one direction, all the way in the other direction.
Uh-huh.
It will stop at the extent.
Right.
So if you needed to, you could flip a switch with a servo. In a worst case scenario, if you need a motor controller that's going to actually be able to handle it. If the one that you have there won't.
All right, so it says it works up to 35 volts, reach a 3 amp max, and continue current is 2 amps.
You're probably going to find that that's not enough juice for it.
To move it?
To move it without stalling or problems.
Really?
I mean, you're free to go and give it a shot. I mean, right?
Well, I have no choice. This is either working tomorrow, or I'm using my old way of doing it, which means for the next week I'm gonna have to disappear while I make samples.
I wonder if because of hard times, you could just find some Oompa Loompas in Florida.
Right? It'd be nice.
Just spray them down with Lysol. They can't leave. And then put them to work.
I mean, are Oompa Loompas from a tropical environment? Is that...
They got orange skin. They got to be from somewhere tropical.
All right, so it says
tan.
This one that I bought, this linear actuator, the 12-volt linear actuator, says max current draw is 3 amps.
Okay.
So I don't know why it'd struggle.
I love those Chinese spec sheets. They're great.
I don't know. Like I said, I have tomorrow to hook it up. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
So what kind of a box are you going to put all this stuff in? Like, do you have a plywood enclosure or like something you're going to be mounting all this on?
Eventually. As of tomorrow, it'll just be sitting on my table. But yeah. I just hope the grip works. If the grip doesn't work, this whole system's screwed.
If the grip doesn't work, try to find a couple of old mouse pads.
Yeah, I have 0 mouse pads. I'll have to go buy some.
Silicone baking sheet.
Yeah, that also works.
But see, can I glue silicone to plastic? Well, the glue.
Silicone is nearly
exactly
glue. But
screw it together.
Do you have one of those? Do you have like one of those things that you use for gripping, like the pickle jar to open it?
No.
Yeah, he does.
No, man. I got these guns right here.
Gun show.
I mean, heck,
That's the sign off of the night right there.
There's all sorts of
wait, a UFO.
There's all sorts of rubber things you could find to use.
Yeah, I walked through Walmart yesterday, and I was just like looking at everything I could possibly think of. And I couldn't find anything good enough.
Worst case scenario, use a sponge.
I don't think a sponge would grip, though.
I think it would when you compress it down to like 1/8 of an inch from an inch. You got 200 pounds of linear actuator force there. It'll crush.
Yeah, I'm not putting all 200 pounds of force against this, though.
Give it the full Joel.
Because I've got to push it on the back as well.
There you go. Print it in TPU.
I don't know if I have any TPU.
so many ideas, Josh. They're up there in the air, ready for you to reach up, smack them.
Yeah, think you could start selling filament sample winding machines to all the competitor boxes.
Oh shit, Bob's back.
Hello, Bob.
Hello.
Like your hat, Bob.
Had to do it.
Alien3D.us on your mind, eh?
Yes, actually, it's even on my computer right now. I hope they get back to me tomorrow. 3D online. I'd like my hob gear sent out.
Yeah, none, fam. I'll have to see if I have any TPU around here. I might be able to use that. I think I've only put TPU in the UFO, and I just happen to have my TPU alien right here.
Where'd it
There
go?
it went. Gone forever.
Oh, I see what they did with the new Hemera heatsink. Because those are the new ones you got listed on your site, right, Josh?
Yeah.
So what they
I
did is...
I didn't change the pictures or anything, but...
Oh, so they've got a hole where there once was a cap that has blown out on every... Like mine, when I was taking it all apart, when I found the broken hob gear, I just happened to notice that the front cover, I'm like, what is going on here? It's all flaky, and I touched it, and little pieces of it fell out because the idler blew through the...
Yeah.
But it's just the pin. The pin actually isn't coming out. It's just where it sits. But still, they're just going to replace the hob gear, I think. I haven't heard from them to say what's the deal. And of course, that means this printer is dead in the water till they...
You sent them the invoice and...
Yeah, I sent them everything.
Haven't heard back from them since then?
No, because it was probably after time for Friday or whatever it was, right?
Yeah.
But also, so this is what mine... Like, I can move this one back and forth. I mean, it is well and truly cracked. The crack is...
So it fits right in.
Uh-huh. Now, unlike some things, it does have a small crack. But I can actually find... Like, I can actually pry the whole thing apart. Snap it if I had to.
No, Chris, it's from when he purchased from me back before the recall.
Oh, it's an older one. Yeah, it's just we thought it was before, like, because they had done shipping changes, right, where they had reshipped stuff and the new orders had come out and they were supposed to be fine. It's just, and honestly, I printed stuff with it cracked, no problem. But trying to do an MMU print with anything,
Too much movement.
Too much pressure, too much back pressure in it, that it would just start skipping. Because if these two can spin independently of each other, then the idler is spinning against the wheel, which means it's not actually applying any force.
Right.
So, I mean, and I did it too, where I just took a piece of filament and stuck it in there, and once you give it enough force, it'll just spin how it wants to. But I never bothered looking at it to see if it was cracked early on because, well, the thing worked.
Right.
The only reason why I found it was cracked is that I came back from vacation, broke off a piece of filament inside, and had to take it apart in order to pull that piece of filament out. And then I looked, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to clean this while I'm at it. And I was like, why does this move independently up and down? That doesn't seem right. I had a quick moment where I messaged Keith Tinkers and said, hey, do you got a quick second? I can ask you a 30-second question. Didn't hear back from him right away, so I went Googling and found my answer. So when he came back and he was like, oh, I was just getting a coffee, I was like, nope, never mind. Carry on. Nothing to see here.
Do you ever play the game where if you can Google something in like 10 seconds after somebody asks you the question and you have the answer there immediately, they owe you a beer?
No, but sometimes I respond to their question with a link of, here, let me Google that for you.
Oh, that's lovely.
So then I just reply back with a, here, let me Google that for you, and then it shows them.
At work, I usually respond to all questions with, if only there was a device we had at our immediate access where we could find all the collected knowledge of the human race.
Yeah, let me Google that for you. Yeah, there you go. Well, Josh, I think it's bedtime, buddy.
No, I'm not. I can't go to bed yet. Now that Michael Molinari has given me redesigns for my thing, I've got to open up Fusion and redesign and get to printing.
Oh.
Hey, I'm sorry. I mean, I can.
No, it's actually gonna. I'm glad I talked to people and ideas came about because
Dude,
it'll
ideas are fantastic, and the more
save me a lot of time.
Everybody's got a different approach to it too, right? Everyone's going to have a different idea,
Yeah.
and not saying that Michael's idea is not going to work.
No,
Not saying
Chris,
your idea isn't going to work, but parts of both together are infinitely going to be better than one on their own.
right.
Anytime you can reduce the number of motors you have, you're going to have a better time.
Less complication.
Less moving parts, right? You reduce your. That's why I love the Chimera. You've reduced the failure points. You have the tiniest little heat break to go through right off the motor. There's very little spot for it to cause an issue, except if it's broken. Although my quick disconnect system I designed into this printer, remember how I had the one set up and then I had to rebuild it and then I bought the Chimera. So
Right.
I built in this quick disconnect system where I could disconnect the whole thing. I had the control board and everything all off but it all disconnected off the backside of this real easy. And it's just hanging there. Power wire, everything's all nice, ready to go. So I just got to hook it back up, few screws, and everything's back together. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add some ferrules to the wiring since I have them now, and I did not have them previously.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do some custom wiring on the Tesseract because like all the wires that are coming with a lot of the stuff are just too short, and I can't put. I remembered why I can't put the frickin' control at the bottom unless I make more my own wires.
Jordan,
Hello?
Viking wants to know if you've got the titanium heat break for the Chimera yet.
No, I don't.
I have them in stock. Oh wait, shit! I forgot to list them on my website.
I haven't seen them, Josh.
Damn.
Isn't it always the way?
Well, either Thursday or Friday, I got titanium heat breaks and nozzle X's in stock, and I completely forgot to put them on.
Oh, you got slice nozzles, don't you?
Technically, they're drop shipped for me, but
Yeah. Oh, okay. I understand now. Right.
but yeah, I've got 04, 06, and I think 08 nozzle X's in my car that I haven't listed yet.
I have an 04 Nozzle X that's been sitting in a box ever since I bought it, ready for a project. It was actually supposed to go on the Chimera, but then the Chimera was printing so well, and I'm like, I don't want to change it, so I'm not going to touch it.
Right.
So when I do the rebuild, I'm probably going to put that on the Chimera. I was debating putting it on the MK3, but I really want to get Slice's magic paint. Their plastic repelling paint.
I want to try it.
I want to try it on a brass nozzle. I just want to see what it does.
I don't.
Wait a second.
Like
they have magic paint that does what?
They have
got a plastic
they
repelling
have-
coating.
It's PTFE paint, that coating that you can stick on your nozzles and your heat blocks to repel plastic. So you're blocking your nozzles not getting gunked up.
And that's they just have it announced, so it's on their Slice Engineering website. You can get it.
But I want to get some just to try it, but I will probably never use it because I'd just rather put on a 50-cent silicone sock and
Yeah, I like the sock, but just being able to brush the tip of the nozzle would be nice.
I need to order some socks.
I guess I'm concerned about how easily it would scrape off.
So conveniently, Bob, despite amputation, I have 2 socks right here.
Well, wait a second. Now a package of those will last longer, right?
You'd think so, but you still wear a sock with the other leg.
Yeah.
Currently, I only use 1 sock. So when we went to the cottage for a week, I brought 4 pairs of socks and laughed at my wife and said, "Look at that! I'm good for 8 days." I said 10 if I recycle. But like the nice part is that basically from now until forever, my left shoe will never smell bad. It'll never be funky. Right? It'll just smell like a shoe.
I mean, I'll take your word for it. I'm not going to stick my nose in it.
I will. I'm honestly going to. And like after a while, I'll stick it in there. I'll figure it out. Oh, you got the plastic collet clips too.
Yeah,
Those are so much better than printed ones.
I've been slowly increasing my inventory, but just by a little bit at a time, because I learned from all that money I wasted at the end of last year that until people know that you sell it and people start buying it, it's just such a waste of money to just be sitting on my shelves and not moving.
Especially when you lose it
Well, I haven't lost anything yet.
lately.
Inventory movement control is incredibly important.
Well, now that I have all them freaking containers, everything's sorted, so I don't.
Oh, good.
But
I don't
have
like
anything to
remember what
like.
Matt was saying the other night. He didn't even realize that your box came with stuff.
Right.
So
He
I
thought it was
wonder
just
if
a box.
Matt realizes that you can actually order parts from you as well.
Probably not.
And in some cases might be for him being in Maine, like it's probably a quick shot up for some stuff.
Well, him being right close to printed solid is probably where he gets most of his stuff from.
Well, especially if he needs MK3 parts or anything like that. Dave has everything.
I'm getting a lot of people in California ordering from me lately.
California.
They might be having a hard time getting stuff brought in or something. I don't know.
The shipping doesn't take too awful long, not as long as you would expect.
Shoot, friggin', what was it, 4 weeks ago now? 3 or 4 weeks ago now. I sent out one thing to Texas, one thing to Colorado, one thing to California, and one thing to, I think, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Everything except for the thing to Colorado arrived in 2 days.
Nice. Are you going to be streaming for a little bit while?
I don't
Sorry,
know.
I don't want to interrupt, but are you going to be in for a few more minutes? Like
Yeah.
like 15, 20 minutes? Okay, I'll be back. I got to go use the
Sure,
washroom, so I'm just going to...
Okay. But so the thing going to Colorado took 2 weeks to the day to arrive. And the guy, after like 4 or 5 days, he was like, "Hey, this thing's not moving." I was like, well, I shipped it. And he's like, "All right, well, I'll give it a couple more days," because on the tracking, it just showed that I had printed the label, but it was never accepted by USPS.
They never scanned it.
So after a week, he was like, "Can you just refund me?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, but if it shows up, will you send it back to me?" He's like, "Yeah, I'll do that." So exactly a week later, it showed it was delivered. It went straight from label generated to delivered. No scans in between. And so
I don't even know how that's possible.
Yeah, I sent him an email. I was like, "Hey, it shows it was delivered. Do you want to send it back, or do you just want to put in another order and repay for it?" And he put in another order and paid for it, so that was nice of him.
Good. I wish more customers were that reasonable.
Me too. Me too.
Customer and reasonable don't fit in the same sentence normally.
I try to be, just because I understand the other side of it.
That's the exception.
Correct.
Well, it's like my buddy that's getting sued. It's bullshit that he's being sued because somebody couldn't freaking watch their kid and their kid cut themselves on a metal bracket. It's like, how is that anybody's fault but yours for not watching your child?
I hope he's got good insurance.
Well, he says he does. He says his insurance company's fighting it and gonna countersue. Because this same person wanted a full refund because USPS was taking forever. It was going from the US to Canada. And USPS was taking forever to deliver it. And like right now, to Canada, it's taken like 3 weeks for me.
So wait a second, is this somebody from Canada suing a U.S. company?
Yep. Sure is.
That doesn't reflect well on the Canadians.
Craziness.
They have free health care. Why are they suing him?
All right. Anywho, so let's see. So, do you think I should put a lock nut in here or just screw this directly into the plastic?
Oh, lock nut, absolutely.
Man, that's more designing.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, so are you going to be redoing this design? And if you are, do you want me to still stick around? Because I got something.
It's up to you. I've got it. I'm gonna design a part to go on the end of this actuator, and then I'm gonna design a new side, and then I'm gonna get them on the printers, and then probably quit.
Okay.
But no, if you want to take off, peace out.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to bounce out. Have a good evening.
Hey, I appreciate you coming on and helping me.
Yeah, no problem. I thought I didn't understand exactly what you were working on. I was like, well, I mean, you can send commands to a Marlin board, but I mean, it's probably easier just to do it all.
I'm still gonna have to figure that out because I'm still gonna have to send commands. But
well, if it's just I/O for driving regular motors, and you're using like a linear actuator and one stepper, that's not a big deal.
Well, I'm still gonna have. Well, that's true.
I'm just saying, a lot of times it's easier to just go easy, simpler.
I'm still gonna need 2 stepper motors, but still.
What's the other stepper motors for?
One for the cutter and one for the feeder.
You can do the cutter by using the linear actuator.
Where it pulls it off and cuts at the same time?
Well, just hook a string to one side of the linear actuator, so when it pulls back, it pulls the scissors closed. And then have a little spring that pulls them back when it goes forward.
Yeah.
Well, the spring that's built into the cutters will take care of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah.
You can eliminate a motor there. That's pretty easy.
All right, so then I just need the feeder. Which, maybe I could just do the... Gosh darn it. I purchased... Back when I very, very first started doing this, like 8 months ago when I first started thinking of this, I bought 2 motors for cordless drills.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's super easy. You got those motor controllers. And even if you do need to use a stepper motor, The stepper motor drivers, because you have those little driver chips, it's 3 pins that control those. One of them is enable, disable. One of them is direction, and the other one is the number of steps.
Well, why are there like 8 pins on a stepper driver?
The rest of them are like power and stuff that actually goes to the motor. So it's only 3 pins that you have to worry about, and you can tie the enable pin to being on all the time. You can set the direction pin to be only the direction you need to go, and then you can just feed it the steps, which is just the number of times you turn on and do an output, and that's just a loop in Arduino land.
I made poor life choices this weekend, Bob.
Very poor life choices this weekend, Jordan.
Yep.
Fat kid problems.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'll have to figure that out, I guess. Damn it.
Bob, damn it.
But I think I could, since I have 2 of the, I think I have 2 of these because I think I bought one for both actuators. I don't know. Can I control a regular motor with this?
What is that?
The
Is that the motor controller?
The actuator controller.
Yeah. I mean, why can't... Yeah.
You can control... I guess you can. Yeah. Whatever.
I mean, why wouldn't you be able to?
I don't know these things, sir.
How much blue smoke do you have on hand?
I know I impress a lot of people because for the last 25 months, I've come up with different projects for a UFO every month. But you know where I get 80% of those projects?
The internet?
Google.
Instructables.com.
The other 20% I create in my mind, and half of those suck.
You sort through them well.
Or Josh goes, "Hey guys, has anybody got any ideas for a project?"
Exactly.
And Jay will come up with an idea, or I'll come up with an idea, and I'll send it to him, and then somebody else will come up with an idea, and yeah.
So the next time he asks, say yes, a filament sample spooler.
That would be a great project.
Yeah, that'd be.
I hear it sucks making one. I think August's project's gonna be kind of fun.
Whose project?
Do you know what I changed it to? Oh, okay.
Like 80%.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun. It's going to be a super cheap, but
but it's fun,
nice,
and it is every customizable. It is not just one thing for.
Exactly.
Like if Bob wants to do a slightly different, or a little bit more, or a little bit less, there's options there. It's not just one thing.
Well, sprinkling in the super cheap, super easy projects is good too, because then it's not every month doing something over the top.
Well, not everybody maybe not everybody has the time for a super complicated project sometimes.
Listen, if I could not spend another 3 hours soldering LEDs, that'd be okay.
Well, those super complicated ones, I only do like once or twice a year.
Now, Bob, go to Mike, go to the craft store, okay?
Yeah.
And you're gonna buy a baseball square display case.
I am
putting it, and then you just use some frosting spray on the inside, and you put that thing inside of that, and now you actually have a tesseract.
Sorry, you lost me at frosting. I've had too much today.
Now, Bob, you weren't a subscriber last July, right?
Correct. I've only been for a couple of months.
All right, so this was last July's.
Yeah.
And
the UFO.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was fun.
Yeah, the May one was the second. I started in April, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so
the moisture sensor one was the first one.
The super complicated ones, I only do like once a year.
That's good.
In July. But then go ahead.
What was the Easter 2019 project?
Easter 2019 was the waterfall that you haven't got yet. But that one was designed by Alkesh One.
I was going to say it's Dan's waterfall, yeah.
Yeah, that's Dan's waterfall.
My cats need a new drinking fountain eventually, so.
You know, I had people complain about it though, because they were saying that it wasn't the water was too pressurized or something. I don't know.
You can't please everybody.
You
But-
can. You just really gotta.
I mean,
perform.
there are some projects that I thought were awesome and people hated, and projects I thought people would hate and they loved them. And
I still love like the even though I never got one, I just still love the humidity sensor like thing and like the stuff like that you could use that in a very easy first or the little desktop pie thing.
yeah, I mean, there's some things that I do for fun, and then occasionally I like to throw in useful things like the temperature and humidity sensor, the remote Octoprint monitor. That's the one I think you were just talking about.
Yep.
What that use, an ESP or something?
Yeah, it used the
Had
I
a
think
little-
that one was Wi-Fi.
It had a little screen and a Wi-Fi dealie that then you just plugged into your computer for power. But then you could monitor. It showed you your print progress on the little display. And I remember Brian Vines printed a Mac
a Mac case for it. Yeah,
for his.
Of course he did.
and then like the Bluetooth speakers, it's fun and useful.
Yeah,
Because I mean, it just
Little boombox.
yeah, it's a little boombox. So I mean, it's fun and useful. And then
it's nice when you can involve two people from the community. Like then when you're collaborating with other people and getting more than just your own ideas
the stuff I'm doing with Chaos Core Tech next for next month. Yeah,
and I think you should try to find more of that stuff going forward as well. Just maybe every couple months find somebody to partner up with.
Here's the thing: I would love to partner up with somebody every month. The problem is, if at the last minute they're not done, I'm either A, stuck without a project, or B, I have to quickly toss together a piece of shit project.
I wonder if possible you would be able to talk to maybe not every month, but every third month or something like that, have a downloadable file that's normally like a Patreon exclusive of somebody's, but you've gotten the right to just hand it out for your box to those kind of people. So now you've got your project, your accessory, your filament. It's a free model to kind of gain interest in somebody's work.
Oh yeah, I've been thinking about doing that too. Like
maybe it may not benefit
or
Bob
Fotis or Wexter or somebody.
Not everybody has them though.
Right, but I don't know. I'm like when I told Wexter that I had to pull back my Patreon. I had to go to a lower tier.
Yeah.
For both Wexter and for Fotis. I felt bad about it. And I was like, hey, I gotta pull back. I'm gonna pull your stuff that I'm selling off of Etsy and stuff. And they were really cool about it. They're like, no, keep selling on Etsy. You've been a huge, great supporter and everything, so it's fine.
They may be dicks, but they're good guys.
But I hate asking people for things if I can't,
kick back in some way.
Compensate.
But I think by giving an exposure, yes, we all know that exposure is not actually paying for shit, but you already do contribute to them, and you could contribute. Say to them, hey, look, I'll send you a one-time PayPal, $50 or whatever, just extra something, something extra that's going to go into the models, and now you've added it, and it gets them a little bit more people knowing about their model.
The other thing is you don't do it that way. You don't have to say, can I do this? You can say, would you be interested in a promotion of your stuff this way?
Right.
Yeah.
If somebody has a collection of models, right? Like they're a collection that kind of goes together, getting one of them and distributing it with your kit wouldn't be a hard sell, right? And saying, hey, we can do one, because it would encourage people to get the rest of the set.
Right.
And although Wexter has often said he's not a fan of commissions, he's done a model recently for someone which he then released for everybody.
Right.
It was one of those I was doing this, so now everybody can have it. And I think Fotis has done that once before as well. Just something to consider. It's an idea.
Well, no, I mean, I've done it a couple times. Like I did Broken Nerd. He gave me a discount code for people so they could go download one of his models off of his Etsy
That's
store.
Great. Yeah, and I know Chris is always looking for new people to sign up for his Patreon, and so to get a model that's available there. And I know a lot of the guys too have been backing off with selling models on My Mini Factory and stuff because some of the promotion has gone differently than it used to be. They're focusing on different areas. Also, you've got to pay just to have a storefront, and
right.
The gains were not outpacing it. So not every model that's not free doesn't go out on My Mini Factory. If you buy, you have to go through Patreon to get it. So if you were to find like one of the popular ones, or even one that was maybe a little bit older, again, you talk to whoever it is and say, hey, look, you did this model like 3-4 months ago. It's been really good. Like, can I share it with my people in my box? Or do something.
Yeah. Okay. No, and another big thing with me is it's logistics. It's me remembering and actually taking the time to reach out and ask people.
Yeah. The only nice part is, as a digital download, all you need is a link. And hell, you could even just build it into a QR code and stick the QR code in the box. And now all of a sudden, you don't have to worry about waiting for it to ship from China.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
hey, I'm going to bounce out here, so...
Yeah, Michael, sorry. You said you were leaving like 30 minutes ago.
Good night, Wizard.
Yeah, that's how that works. Okay. Bye.
No, I appreciate it. All right, let's see.
Unfortunately, I have to go too. The neighbor's having car problems.
Oh.
No problem. No problem.
Do they need a new battery?
No, they need my diagnostic scanner.
Oh.
Because, things.
Airflow sensor.
Things.
So, see you guys.
Catch you later.
Bob.
Thank you for popping on, Bob.
I love Bob. Bob's good people.
He is good people.
I convinced him to spend more money with Vedran.
With who?
So he was at the $5 tier with Wexter.
Uh-huh.
And I was talking about how much fun we have in the Discord channel, and he's like, "Oh, I'm not at that tier." I'm like, "Well, you really should be because we have so much fun, and we get on video chats all the time and everything like that." And he's like, "Yeah, okay." So now he's paying. $10 a month. Winner.
Winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah. And one of the guys in that channel, Heino, he told me the other day that Fanatical had the Batman trilogy of all the Batman games. 82% off.
Holy cow!
Yeah, so I paid $15 and bought 3 games. I think it's still ongoing.
Yeah, I'm in so many dang Discord channels. I don't have time to keep up with them all.
I have most of them muted except for a few. Or even then, even if it's like I may have 1 or 2 channels in the channel active and everything else is muted kind of thing. Store on sale. Oh, the 4-pack of tabletop signal doesn't help me at all.
The hell did I just put that actuator? Oh, there it is.
Oh, Neverwinter Nights. My problem is it's like, oh, I really want to play that game. And then I never do. Then I end up with a collection of games on my computer that I'm not playing. Because we end up playing Counter-Strike every day.
I haven't played Counter-Strike in forever.
So much fun.
Wait, what the hell? Well, shit. Kit, you're a liar. That turkey timer sucked.
Oh, they must have sold out of all the Batman keys that they had because it's not even on there anymore.
No, I think the original project I had for August is going to be my November project this year.
Oh, nice.
So it'll actually be a decent one this year.
Yeah, it does have to be that way. There's a news article that somebody shared about how Canadians are tracking U.S. pleasure craft who are trying to sneak in across the border.
Uh-huh.
And somebody's response is, it doesn't have to be that way. Yeah, it does. Border's closed, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What?
You know 3D Printing World? He's making the Moldex printer. He's just come up with a design for a mostly 3D printed linear rail that's the mostly part because there's a couple nuts and bolts and some screws kind of thing. But the guide surfaces is PTFE tube.
Yeah, somebody, I don't know if it's that same person, because Michael Molinari showed it to me 2-3 weeks ago when me and him were on the phone.
Okay.
That somebody was using, it kind of looked like an exoslide, but it was using PTFE tube, and it would slide on the rails.
Well, the nice part about this is the rail is even printed, because he also does this whole mostly printed printer that he has too, right? So that's for the Molbot, which is his 3D printed printer. But he also does the stuff that he was making with that Moldex, his IDEX printer, is crazy. Did you hear earlier that Tronxy got back to me?
No.
They said we can offer you some discount, and I was like, I see. And then I went, okay, if you want to try to promote something, discount isn't gonna. If you want to try to promote it, promote it.
That's funny.
Again, I am not buying any new printers.
Oh, but why?
I don't have the room for them. But if I had like this Tronxy X5 SA Pro, I would then convert it into coolness. Oh, the Voron 2.4 spool holder uses PTFE tube. Makes sense. I wonder then if you'd want to use the money on a fancier, like use like cap tubes, or would you just use regular tube? Or
Yeah, that's something you'd have to think about, whether it'd be because cap tubes would be more expensive, but
would it last longer?
it would technically last longer. Well, not technically, theoretically.
In theory. That's one thing I didn't think of, and I'm going to have to order a bunch next week. For my giant box that I'm building here, I'm going to need a lot of PTFE too.
Yes. Yes, you are. Well, I thought you were just going to use it for storage. You're actually going to run it from them?
That's why I'm printing all these rollers, so I can just print from wherever.
That
now,
makes
what I might
sense.
do is like a reverse Bowden to the extruder,
Uh-huh.
and just because I'm going to have these fittings, which are the electrical grommets that are used on the rep box, I can just unscrew it, pull the PTFE, move it over to the next slot that needs it. And then I don't have to move the filament. I don't have to load it. I can just do it all that way.
Right.
At the very least, I will have 5 active ones at all times. But I have all the PTFE for that because it comes with the MMU kit. So the middle section will have the PTFE tubes always there. To figure out how I'm going to run it, but
Oh, damn it. I totally screwed that up.
that is a good question.
What's that?
Oh, someone was asking on another channel about they've got a model and just kind of picture like a C shape, and they've got to do some supports, obviously from top to bottom, so that piece can print. And they're wondering if there's a setting to change the contact distance on the bottom part as well to make it easier to come off. But I know the contact Z distance definitely works for the top. I don't know if it does anything for the bottom.
Right.
Never really had that problem. Although because I didn't use infill on Bucky, well, there is some. There's some about midway up his body and then some in his head.
Right.
Some of these straps that he has on his chest, there's actually holes at the back of them where it caved in because the filament didn't stick down. But you can't really tell unless you're looking for them. I can only notice it when I had the bottom out and I could have light shining in the thing. So, and I gotta change the wham bam sheet next time I think about it. Because I screwed it up. I got the
Good job.
I've got a skirt line of a Benchy gouged right into her, and then the skirt line of a test cylinder as well. But I've got extra sheets. It's just once they got screwed up, I said, you know what? I'm not touching it until it really needs to be fixed because it still works.
Right.
The bottom of prints for me are not mission critical. Although I am really looking forward to reprinting some parts on the MK3 when it's free. Like the cover plate for that I printed in Ooze for the Prometheus printer. I think it's just going to look so much better with the textured surface.
You're all about that textured surface now, aren't you?
I've always loved the look of it for certain things. Like there's some stuff where on the bottom of a model doesn't really make a lick of difference.
Right.
Something like this. So this is the rep cord thing, but look at that. That's all textured surface. And it's textured surface on the other side because they print in pairs. Focus.
Pretty.
All right, doesn't that look nice? That's so much nicer than just seeing the bottom layers.
Yeah, I like textured mainly because it hides the bottom layer flaws.
Yeah, if you're not 100% close or too close, it can hide them a little bit.
Well, it's like I have the whatchamacallit, the print bite, right?
Print bite.
Basically like a mirror finish. And even though it can be completely clean, after I print something, if I look at something on the bottom, it looks like there's little dips and stuff in them, like as if it like printed over a piece of dust or something, you know? It's really weird.
Yeah, again for some models, like, so here's an example. Like here's Baby Yoda, right? Delightful, right? What do I care what the bottom looks like?
Right.
I mean, look, this bottom actually even has. I printed it over a part that had some bad bed lineup or something, or it got too much extrusion or something. But I don't care because it sits on a shelf. You never see the bottom.
Right.
And most of the time, like if I'm making a really nice one, so I've got some that are on display out in the actual part of the house as opposed to my office, I will take self-adhesive 2mm craft foam, stick it to the bottom and cut it out. So now it has a foam base, so it's nice, like just like, you know, like a real nice statue has that nice bottom foam and it doesn't slide around at all.
Yeah.
Actually, Josh, if you really needed it, craft foam, there's your gripper. That's going to grip like a champion.
Say craft foam?
Yeah. Like EVA foam.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me find a piece of filament here.
Why is this freaking not?
Where did my...
Can you not share screen and put... There we go.
Where'd you go, filament? I've got like a spool, like a old coil of filament that I use for just cleaning out nozzles and stuff like that, usually sitting on my desk, but I can't seem to find it. Go figure, black filament in dirt. Just plain lost it. Okay, there's some silk film. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, dude. Just craft foam. Okay, I just put it in. I'm like pinching it a little bit, and it's.
No. Yeah, but you gotta. Okay, when you have a 10 kilogram spool of filament, and you feed it into something, and then you try to pull that 10 kilograms.
Oh yeah.
That's just a lot of freaking. I've had so many issues.
£200 of clamping force with the linear actuator, he says.
What's that have to? Yeah, but
the print won't. Oh, print will fail. The actuator gets a 200.
even with 200 pounds of freaking pressure or whatever, you still got to worry about breaking the plastic printed parts by putting too much pressure on it.
Yeah. All right, let's see. This spool has less than 200 grams in it. Well, I'm just going to let it run out into morning. I'm not going to deal with it right now. Because I want to use up some of the older spools, I'm printing this from the SD card just so I can use the runout sensor.
Right.
Because the runout sensor is actually at the top of the unit. So if it pulls out, then it'll just... It's long before it even hits the silly little extruder. The stock motor gets hot as a pistol. Definitely had a hotter motor, but thankfully at least it's on a steel bracket. I might put a heat sink on the back of that one, just for shits and giggles. I have no idea where I put anything. I moved a whole bunch of stuff to try to start taking down prints. I threw in so many pounds of prints, Josh, it was just sad. It's just stuff that was sitting up on the shelves for like a year that's vase mode stuff that's cracked or, you know, not a great print or something. So I was like, well, this isn't really that great, and I could just reprint it. So, gotta go. I had a bin of, prints that I was going to bring with me to Murph and like hand out to kids or whoever. I don't know. Or when I had a yard sale, this summer I was supposed to have a yard sale. I was going to bring a printer, put the printer out on the table with me in the shade, print keychains or some shit, and sell off a bunch of my prints that I had made of my own stuff, like all my vases that I designed. And I've got a ton of these pencil holders and stuff that I've made, and wavy bowls and stuff that I have the rights to sell because I designed damn shit.
Right. Well, that's one thing designed. What else did I have to design? There it is. All right.
Kit's just having keyboard issues. 22-year-old keyboard.
See chat right now.
Come on now, Kit. Kit's keyboard apparently is 22 years old.
Holy cow. Wait. I forgot I gotta put claws in this thing.
Mr. Paul Cumber. How is it going?
What's up, Paul?
It's asking, what have we been doing? Well, we've been playing a game for a bit, and now we've been redesigning the wheel, and now Josh is modeling the wheel.
Redesigning the wheel, for sure.
A PS2 to USB dongle back in the day. Oh, God.
Why did I do that?
I really enjoy my Logitech keyboard that I bought. It's been working out very well. A little sensitive, but aren't we all sometimes? Row. Got too many surfaces clicked.
Dun, dun, na, 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 na.
So Pokon's been learning fusion because he wants to make some miniature towers and stuff like that, and bunkers and things like that for some of the miniatures that he's painting. So Freddie and Fernando and myself, we've been kind of helping him learn a few things. Those guys know way more than I do. But he was working on this watchtower that he was designing, and he was working on it for like a week or 2 weeks, trying different things and doing it. And I was like, okay, I want to see what you're working on. So I just threw on Fusion, and I whipped the thing up in like 25, 30 minutes with a ladder and a spotlights all over the thing and multiple pieces. And then I started working on a brick pattern, and then Fusion crashed, and I was like, well, sorry, you lost it. It's gone. And he's like, and I made sure to say, look, I'm not trying to show up here or anything like that, because it's more of a learning exercise than anything. Can I actually do what you're doing? Because sometimes I doubt whether I can do it.
Right.
You know, you're just kind of like, can I actually do that? Like, do I know what I'm talking about? Or is this beyond my skill set? Poor Lightspeed.
He's been having some shit-ass luck, hasn't he?
Honestly, after reading the description of how that wreck went and the fact that he walked away with only an exploded rim, it's kind of lucky, because it could have gone way worse.
Well, he just hit a piece of wood, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think he said that the car slid like 300 meters or 300 feet. Now, I don't know if it slid 300 feet because of the broken rim or or what, but I remember reading something about 300 feet. And like even then, just as soon as you like hit something like that, you could have spun out.
Yeah.
Very, very easy. You know? He's gone full Karen on Tesla, though.
That he has.
But, I mean, that's, I guess, how shit gets done these days. Look at you, fancy pants.
Yeah. Still got to figure out some things.
Well, it's pushed the two pieces together because it was trying to find the flat spot.
What's that?
Those two parts do they intersect on each other, or is it the same one? Oh, I see what's happening. I comprende.
Oh, nope. Wrong thing.
Q. Press pull.
That did not go all the way where I told it to. No, it's not what I wanted.
You got to start the movement first.
Yeah, I forgot. Why isn't it going all the way out?
Probably a radius thing. I don't know.
Stupid.
Biscuits.
All right. I gotta make arms to pull the filament out now.
It might be the pirate in me talking, but a hook. Hook is always nice. But I don't want to have a hook. I think you either get like.
But see, here's the problem I'm having now. Okay. I'm gonna have to do the center part spin freely. No, this is where I'm lost now.
No, because the only thing that you're going to have a tricky time with. So if one part is stationary and is going in and out, the only way that's able to spin is on a bearing. It's getting them back to a home position to match back up.
Well, that I don't think will be too much of an issue.
Well, if you think if one of the if the one part spins and then it opens up.
No, but like this hook, I can't put a hook right here connected to this that goes across and like comes down and hooks there.
Why not?
Because this whole thing spins.
Yes.
And the sample will catch the outside of the hook.
If the top of where the spool is, you could come off of it and then down.
No, you can't because the whole thing spins.
But they spin together, right? Because you got a bearing
right.
and a flat part, so the whole thing is spinning.
Right. Exactly.
And whenever it stops and pulls off.
But watch, hang on. Let me show you something. We're gonna pretend this is filament. Some really fat filament.
Sweet.
Oh, and it's really fat filament that's way over here.
1 billion miles away. Oh, that's pretty accurate. That's what it's going to do.
Actually, we'll stop it right here. Come. Nope. All right, so say the filament is coming from this direction and moving that way, right?
Yeah.
So
starting at the middle and filling itself up.
Now, if both these things are spinning,
yes,
it's going to wrap around the center core.
Yes.
if there's something out here going across here and this whole thing is spinning, then when it loops around, that filament's going to catch and now be spooling on the outside versus the inside.
So if I take, so I got a spool of filament, okay?
Right.
If through here I had, like, say I had an arm that came up here,
Right.
and went and came over like a hook, right? But you have that little relief cut out.
Right.
This is all one. It's going to be all spinning together.
Right.
And then when it separates, it's just dragging across.
Listen. Keep your finger over there. Take the end of your sample, or take the end of the filament out.
Oh, you're saying it's going to
and unravel it. It's going to catch.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
Well, if you're feeding it, because look, if you're, where'd my filament go? Oh geez, what have I done? Looped into infinity. Okay, so if it pulls from the bottom, it stays down low.
Right, but put your arm on there.
Okay, so if I have my finger on there, it will just keep.
No, your finger moves with it.
Oh yeah, never mind. Hey, don't look at me. I'm not the space wizard who said put a hook on there.
Yeah, space wizard. Now I gotta figure this out.
No, Kit, I have a theory that if you're a pirate, you just have to choose. Eye patch, hook, leg. Those are your choices. I don't think you have to have an eye patch, a hook, and a peg leg. That seems a little excessive. That seems like you're being greedy.
I'll be right back.
Although that is the pirate way. So, yeah, push plate non-fan might be a better idea. Come in after the fact, but again, lining it back up again at a home position or something so that it can drive what it might be only. That's my only light question, I guess, making sure that it stops at the same point every time.
That's easily done because this is going to have a magnet on it. One of the Hall effect sensors is going on that wheel. So I can home it.
You can home it, yeah, and it would just... So if it spun past by a quarter, it would just keep spinning around until it came all the way up again.
Right.
Well, maybe that's the solution. Oh, Techie Dad V1 released a new... That's not cool. What did they release?
That means I don't have to redesign this because it's technically already was using push plate. So I just got to print that.
Brandon, what did they update?
I still need that. God damn it.
They have their own printer now.
Do what?
Primo? Okay. Oh, I'm just trying to find information about this Primo. Techie Dad Brandon says there's a Primo version of the MPCNC Complete redesign looks more stable. I'm still debating whether I'm going to make a lowrider or an MP CNC.
Yeah, I'm God damn it. I've been contemplating whether I'm gonna make one of those as well.
Interesting. That does look a little bit beefier fittings. See, my thing is, even though I'm not going to be cutting full sheets, I would like to just not have to rip down my wood prior to putting it on the CNC. I'd like to just throw it on there and we'll be done. So even if I do like a 2 foot by 4 foot, so then I'm only having to rip the board in half, and then I can just put a piece of ply in there and go.
Damn it.
I just love, like, there's so much work that goes into these designs that, and all the layout that Ryan puts together on V1 Engineering's website.
Yeah, Matt the other day, when he was on my stream, was saying that there are better ones out there than the MPCNC.
Absolutely, there are. But we're talking at a 3 or 4 times the price difference.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Makes sense.
Oh, crap. It's almost midnight.
Mm-hmm.
But are you doing what I think you're doing?
What?
Well, you don't have your camera on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Gotta think, right? Gotta think.
Exactly.
I don't really want to I don't know how. Do I cut the filament now and change it so that I don't have to, so it keeps printing overnight, or do I just let it run, and when it runs out? The one thing about this firmware that this guy designed is fantastic, is when the runout is triggered, the head lifts up and shifts off to the side so that it's completely out of the build volume for like purging and everything.
Right.
It's very smart. Except when you say change filament when it's at home, because it grinds out 2 of the steppers before it can shift the one over. Thankfully, it doesn't cause permanent damage when that stuff happens.
No, tell me it didn't just do that. Okay, good. All right, I think theoretically these should work.
Yeah, the MP CNC is a gateway CNC, and for my logic, I don't know how much I'm going to use the CNC. So being able to, go use it occasionally or something like that, I don't want a $3,000 machine sitting in my garage that I don't use.
Right. I just want one to router out some prototype stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so this Thanos is one I've printed. This piece here is 1 3/4 from this to the bottom.
Uh-huh.
That one is 5 inches.
Nice.
So all told, this one is going to sit. There's the height difference between the two.
Yeah, I like printing big.
Well, I really like this. The upgrades that I've done on this thing are really paying off nicely. Everything's coming out really. There are surface artifacts because it is a Delta running on rails, on painted rails. Like there's only so much I can do to get rid of that until I get rid of the rollers and I go with bearings. But to buy, what are these? Like, I think you need like, it goes from there. I think you need like 600 at least. I can't remember. I think you need like 700 or 800 millimeter rails. That's a long ass linear rail.
That it is. Son of a biscuit.
See,
So
this
when
person's using 1,000 mil rail. Makes sense. They'd be about 1 meter tall. Nutty. Oh, I actually come all the way down to there. It's just nutty.
Oh, shoot.
Taller than the printer.
You ever
Probably not.
make multiple profiles for the same printer so you could like tweak things and test things and then be able to switch back and then forget which one was the right one to use?
That's why when I make the copy profile, I label it test.
Damn it. We're just going with this one. Fuck it. Oh, now I remember. I can remember which one is because the one I lifted the Z after my purge line. Or after homing, I mean.
Yes.
Because I hate when nozzles sit on the build plate and heat up.
That is one of the nice parts about the Delta is that everything homes up high. The only thing I had to do to really make it so that it worked well is I changed my skirt size to like 5 loops instead of like 2 or 3, because while it's heating up, there's gravity comes into effect as well, and it drips, right? But because it's got a long way to go before it hits the bottom, it's not just a little piece that comes down and hits. It's like a long strand. So it actually pulls and it purges the nozzle. So then when it goes to do the prime, instead of I don't have to do a prime line anymore, it just does the skirt. The first like loop and a half is empty. And then it starts purging. It's the weirdest thing. But it works really good with this E3D hot end in there.
I hate that I have to get up to tell my freaking... Like, there's no way to switch modes on the palette from Octoprint, right?
What do you want it to do?
To use the filament out of the...
No. That's so you can, from the palette, when it's in connected mode, you can clear the input through the Raspberry Pi. You can tell it to cut the filament. You can clear the output.
Right?
No, because in connected mode, that's the mode you're in.
Yeah.
If you want to be in run out mode, you got to switch it on.
All right, hang on.
Yeah, Brandon, I found 2 of them actually. Just in the middle of the early times of the pandemic, and one was a used returned one that was barely used, and another one was a brand new out of the box demo unit for a store, but they lost this little guy, which is the leveling probe. So I was able to get another leveling probe through Amazon and had both of the machines running. I upgraded the crap out of this one and then sold off the other one, basically to pay for this one. And then in the meantime, I also ordered another leveling probe because it uses the same probe on my Chiron. But then this way, if I needed to, if that other one never showed up, I can just unplug this cable bundle and plug this one into that one instead, and it's quite nice. It's the same sensor. But yeah, I love this thing. So giant. I need to add lights though, because it's pretty dark over here, especially when printing.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention to chat. Brandon snuck in.
Yeah, I've been talking to him for a while.
I didn't know you were talking to him. I thought you were talking to Kit.
Just talking to Kit too. He's got an old ass keyboard. It's my Predator Brandon now has an SKR 1.4, TMC 2209s, PFT 35, 3.0, so they can switch modes. Bondtech, Sun-On 20mm fan, 4010 blower fans, all E3D, all metal hot end, and a Wham Bam extra large pizza plate. Maybe a large pizza. It's definitely a large pizza at least.
All right, hang on. I gotta feed the filament.
Yeah, I got lucky where I got mine from. I got one of them from a guy who does refurbs for Anycubic, and he had a few of them. But again, not anything recently. No one, because I don't sell them anymore. No one's returning them. And then the other one came from a 3D printing store that it was sitting on the shelf forever. And I actually, out of one of them, maybe this makes me a bad person. I don't remember which one this came from. So I kept it as opposed to selling it to the dude who bought mine. But there is actually an extra set of arms. Brand new set of arms, which is super handy. Because if those break, I gotta buy aftermarket ones. You can't just buy these anymore. But I'd asked Anycubic about, there was a warranty thing where they realized that their painted rail was no good, so you could switch to a powder coated one. And the Anycubic rep through Facebook was like, "Yeah, sure, you can do that." And her and I've dealt together a lot on stuff, and I said, "Okay, cool." She's like, but I have to charge you for shipping. And I was like, okay. And she's like, it's $120 in shipping right now. And I said, I'll wait. I want my prints to be nice and clean, but not $120 clean.
Nope.
$120 and who knows how many months of shipping to get it here. I'd rather spend the $120 on a new E3D hot end, which works perfectly. Oh, Kit. Dave from Printed Solid was building a 4-on-0. That's the little mini one, isn't it? He was building it on stream the other night. It was kind of cute. Oh, of course you were there. Kit's everywhere. Everywhere and nowhere.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, for $120, that was just shipping. There was no expedited. There was no tracking. It was just, we'll put it in a shipping container and send it to you. And if you've noticed, anything coming out of China these days for new printers or anything like that, the average shipping price for anybody is $100, which really doesn't make sense to me on those Saturn orders. If you're sending a shipping container worth of Saturns to America, why does everybody have to pay $100 and some odd bucks or whatever it was?
They don't. They made some mad money on that.
Granted, there was a lot of extra fees that have come about in all of this and everything that China, like they had to pay extra at the different ports and everything like that, but not
the $100 per person in the U.S. that ordered them.
Well, and how many were they sending at each batch? They would release a thing saying that the next,
it was
couple
like
hundred.
200 to 300. Yeah.
So that's $300,000 in shipping. What are they doing? Buying a boat each time?
Apparently. Yeah, they're making a shit ton of money off shipping alone.
Which is why when they finally do get them into Amazon, Amazon isn't going to, like, if Amazon's selling it, they're not going to fucking take that. They're just going to say, like, you ship them, you get them here and then ship them out of here. And it didn't make sense. They could have set up to have a US based operator, somebody who would be like the reshipper or whatever. And so it would come in, like, maybe not you because you're on the wrong coast for them, but somebody in California, like it comes in, it gets delivered to a warehouse, and then from there they get shipped to the different locations in the States at a much cheaper cost to the consumer. You still charge the consumer. You know what? You still want it? Guess what? Shipping $60.
Yeah. No, they made a shit ton of money off shipping, and like honestly, if they would have just shipped a single printer per person for their shipping, it would have been a lot better than what their system they're doing.
Well, and if you're charged, to my understanding of life, if you're charging me $100 in shipping or $150 if you're outside of the US or whatever it was, that shit's better be coming UPS or FedEx or something.
Oh, like, yeah.
To me.
DHL, FedEx directly to you.
Right.
Yep.
And that's it. Not a shipping container's worth going to the States. And also the other part that's really frustrating for some people, like I know you probably talked to him a few times, Tripod, who hangs out in Chris's stream quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
He was like one of the first 100 or so or something like that.
Brian was like one of the first 10.
So anybody who got an early bird pre-order price is like the ass end of the shipping list. They started shipping the people who bought it the last minute. They started at the 10,000 numbers.
They claim they did it based on who
filled out a survey.
They filled out the shipping survey first.
Yeah.
But they're full of shit. And they're assholes, and I will never buy another Creality printer or support them ever again.
I don't understand. And then they'd run this Kickstarter, and then near the end of the Kickstarter, see if Bob popped back in. He's back in chat.
He didn't. I
okay.
looked.
Sometimes he pops back into video and doesn't tell us that he's hanging out. But I don't understand how they came out with the Kickstarter, and then I understand that things are going to change, because the idea of the Kickstarter is this is the product that we want to release. And now we're going to be changing it a little bit because of what we've heard from our beta testers and our review units and stuff. But to then change the actual printer, it's like a few days before the end of the thing, they had a bigger version, like a CR10 size now all of a sudden that you could buy.
They're fucking asswipes.
And I don't know what they're going to do with the next, like, everybody's chomping at the bit to get that CR30. And I don't know if they can pull it off, because it really flies in the, like, there was a conversation happening the other day on Twitter about.
Is that their belt printer?
The belt printer.
They're not going to be able to do it and sell it in the U.S.
No, because of the copyrights.
The patent, yeah.
Yeah, and because that's the thing is there was a conversation occurring regarding Carl's, that he's working on that Prusa belt. And again, Carl's logic behind it is he's not selling it. He's just doing the research on it so that other people can do it themselves.
Right.
He's not selling the actual thing, which means he doesn't fly in the face of...
Yeah, you can't get in trouble for experimenting. You can't get in trouble for building one yourself.
Or sharing your results.
Yeah, you just can't sell the printer or possibly the kit.
And even then, he could turn around and sell a portion of the kit or something like to that effect. But again, that's why Dave had so many problems with the White Knight, right? Because as soon as he started putting it all together, things just started popping up saying...
Well, here's the thing, though. Say, here's the instructions. Here's all the pieces you can buy. Oh, yep. I happen to sell all the pieces. Not selling a kit, you're just selling printer parts.
Sure.
There ain't shit they can do to you. OneRaz, hey, off-axis, what printer do I recommend? Well, if you want a small volume, dependable one, the Prusa MK. If you want small volume, cheap, even though I hate Creality and will never buy one of their printers again, Ender 3.
Anycubic i3 Mega S.
If you want a 300 by 300 by 400 build volume for $400, I recommend the Sidewinder. However, that company's pissing me off lately.
Anycubic Mega X. So a Mega X, especially because Marcel's in Vancouver, so he's in Canada land. Look on Amazon, and so I bought a Chiron, an Anycubic Chiron. It's not a cheap printer, but that's 410 by 410 by 450. The Anycubic Mega X is another good Amazon purchase, easy to get a hold of anywhere.
How much are these printers?
The Mega X, I think it's only...
Now, if you want an approximate 550 by 550 by 650, and you're willing to wait a couple months, I've got a Tesseract I'll sell you.
The Anycubic Mega X is... Oh, that's Amazon.com. That's why, I'm sorry. One moment, please. So it was $600 for the Anycubic Mega X. It is 300, 305.
It's not terrible. Sidewinder
not terrible for though. Canadian prices. Not in Canada. 3D printing Canada. 3D printers FDM. They've just restocked a bunch. They don't even have the Sidewinder on right now. But the Sidewinder...
The Sidewinder has not been in stock since October of last year.
Sorry, it is in stock right now. 3D Printing Canada has some. It's $7.99.
The Sidewinders?
Yes.
I'm going to be pissed if they're in the U.S. again.
So 3D Printing Canada says they have it's in stock, and it's $800.
What? For the Sidewinder?
Yeah, buddy, it's Canada. First of all, it's Canada, so prices went up. Second of all, we had a pandemic and everybody and their brother wanted to 3D print stuff to help. So prices, like product went off the shelves, so prices came up. They are selling on 3D Printing Canada a Prusa MK3S i3 RepRap clone. So it's a Fisect clone. Comes with the smooth sheet. And again, it uses all the same Prusa printed parts and anything like that, but it's a different printed material that it comes in. It's not Prusa, obviously. It is $1,000. So for a few $100s more, you buy a legit MK3. Yes, you have to wait, but you're getting the legit thing. It's not like it was before where that clone was like $600. They're now that much. Like an Ender 5 Plus. What do you think an Ender 5 Plus costs?
An Ender 5? I don't even know what they are in the US.
So an Ender 5 Plus here is $950. The V2, the Ender 3 V2 is $450 right now. And this is from a company that obviously, again, you can't, they have overhead, they've got employees, like stuff costs money. And I never begrudge a company making money wherever they can as long as it's not ripping people off. Well, I mean, Marcel, look at 3D Printing Canada. They've got some good products, but again, the pricing has gone up. Them everywhere has gone up. Even Mech Solutions was selling off a bunch of Creality stuff not that long ago, but again, it was right up there in price. There used to be that you couldn't get a single 3D printer on Amazon, but now there's a bunch that are coming back out. As much as I don't like what Creality has done with their latest Kickstarter products, my Ender 3 is one of my go-to printers and has been for quite a while. Those are, but again, that's not large volume. I don't know if I'd go with a Creality large volume printer.
So apparently there's only one place in the US that I can tell that has Sidewinders actually in stock, but they probably had the money to actually stock them instead of drop ship them.
So that's the thing is so 3D Printing Canada, I know from talking to people there, they actually like paid extra to order a bunch of stuff from Creality and a couple other companies in the last few months.
Yeah, I mean, like if I want to pay, see, here's the thing. If I drop ship the printers, if they have them in stock, then it costs me. Okay, I don't make a lot of them printers. I make like $20. Okay, but I don't have to pay shipping. That's free shipping.
Mm-hmm.
If I buy the printers directly from them,
yeah, you got to pay
then
shipping.
I have to pay shipping to me, and then I have to pay shipping to whoever buys it from me, or charge shipping to whoever buys it from me. And it comes out way more expensive, so I'd have to charge like $500 to make that 20 bucks.
It's $540 or something like that US for the Sidewinder.
Yeah, so
Canada.
it makes
so that's the thing is
sense.
they've raised prices had to go up. Like Kit mentioned, like the prices went up about 20%. They had to because they had to pay the extra money to ship directly to them.
Yeah. And then if are they charging shipping on top of that?
Free shipping in Canada over orders of over $100. It's
Yeah,
always
see,
been the case.
They can't be making too much money.
Again, they probably you get you hooked with the printer, get you coming back for filament and nozzles and wheels and stuff. The Anycubic Chiron, which is actually it's 400 by 400 by 450. It is $800 on Amazon. If you ordered it, you'd have it on Thursday. Tuesday, August 4th. So you'd have it Tuesday. That's a big honking printer, though. So to run that printer, I need to have upwards of 3 feet of throw for the bed. From where it stops to where it goes to the front, it is a 3-foot travel.
Yeah, that's crazy. When you get that big a build volume, you need a bed that either is stationary, like Tesseract, or raises up and down.
My thing is slow. I move the bed slowly.
Yeah, but if you've got a bed slinger that's freaking moving 3 feet, that's crazy.
Well, so from where it would hit the wall so from bed face to bed face,
right?
It needs that much space to move the whole length of the bed.
Exactly. That's a lot of freaking.
Yeah, depends on how big
slinging.
I'm gonna find out because it's got a slice hot end on it right now that's being fitted.
Oh, you actually bought it?
So it's got a Magnum and a BMG sitting right there. I've been working on the mount. So the whole point of it is the mount has to be able to put everything on there, and then I would still want to use the stock sensor that just magnetically clips on, just like the Predator does. Right now, the part I'm working on is the fan shroud. So I took a fan shroud that was designed for the rail core, mirrored it, and extended the arms, and it will now fit. It goes right around the Mosquito. The only thing is I had to shave off this corner because of a metal bracket for a wheel.
Right.
So I have to go back into Fusion and shave it off in the model, because that's not a really good blower fan. But right. I was doing it the other day. I had it all smoothed out and I put in a new curve and everything. And then Fusion crashed and I just said, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to take a break. But then this thing sits under the side and it, like, the whole hot end assembly is massive now.
Yeah.
But it doesn't weigh very much. So that's kind of nice. It's just, it looks bulkier than it is because of having to clear this nozzle thing.
Right. So Brandon, here's the thing. If I was using the Exo slides, I was going to charge $12.50 for the first 10 and $13.50 for them after that, shipping included to anywhere in the U.S. Unfortunately, Exo slides did not work out very well. There was, with the gantry moving, the back had, it's hard to do backwards, but anyways, the back, it's got the Core XY cables crossing. So from the tension of those, it was causing the gantry to wobble.
Ooh.
And because the Exo slides just weren't holding it in place. And so there was way too much wobble and it was issues. So I looked into other things and I could have gone with linear rails like everybody else is doing and raised the cost of the printer by
$300.
$300 or more. Because I didn't even price them other than what I was looking at on Ziltech. So then Chris Russell from Practical Printing said, "Hey, have you seen these?" And I said, "No, I have not seen those. Let's check them out." They are Drylin linear rails, no moving bearings, parts, whatever. They're just, I'm sure you're familiar with Drylin. They just have the real cool coating stuff and they slide on each other.
And that's a beefy channel.
And like, this is a beefy channel, so it'll add.
Does it have any, does it have much?
No. It's solid.
Yeah. That's the big thing. And I said to somebody too, that the rail core having the just that one linear rail that goes across.
Well, here's the thing. Go ahead.
If they had a beefy C channel type thing like that,
Right.
do it, because there's no way you can
there's
move.
no play. So I'm going to have a 2020 behind this still going
Sure.
across. But this is going on the X, both Ys, and all 4 Zs. And it's increasing the price of the printer by the same amount as it would if I was using linear rails. So it's probably going to be more around the 1500 to 1600. Still, in my opinion, cheaper than the Railcore.
Their build volume alone is
the volume is going to be close to twice as much.
twice as much. X and Y. Z is debatable because that's pretty common for people that have the tall ones.
Yeah. So I mean, I still think it's going to be worth the money over the Railcore.
Marcel asked in the chat. He's asked, "What's wrong with Tronxy?" Nothing's expressly wrong with Tronxy. I'm trying to actually get Tronxy to send me a printer because they keep tagging me in posts on Twitter, and I say, look, if you're going to tag me, give me something to show off, and I need a printer.
Because that's what you need, another printer.
If I don't buy it, Bob, I don't get in trouble. And the only thing I will say with Tronxys that I have seen, I don't have any personal experience with it. I know Brandon's got a bunch of Tronxy models, I believe. I think he does, maybe. But you need to just throw a little extra at them. So, like, you need to throw a little bit better of a hot end, maybe a better bed surface, eventually change up the electronics. Like, it's mostly there. Now, for the price point, if you want to take that and then add on a few extra $100 worth of stuff, you might be really sitting on something nice.
How many parts was that?
This?
Yeah.
2.
Nice.
I'm getting a link real quick.
I love that translucent infill.
Yeah, this is my probed green. Where the hell did StreamYard go? All right, so off axis, this is about 550, something like that. I did it in 2 pieces. I had a print fail. It clogged. I edited the G code and got it close, and it shifted a little bit, but still not bad. But you can get it from there. It's the Alien by Alkesh 1.
That's going to happen
without the UFO.
Well, Bob, we were talking about how you haven't printed one of Josh's aliens yet.
Sure, you got to go and tell him that.
Sorry, Josh, you're Serbian now too.
And the actual original one that has the UFO and all, which was the basis of the 9-foot 3D or the 12-foot tall print, is there.
Garrett did that one, didn't he?
Yeah, Garrett and Chelsea made these. Designed it.
Just hug it and go to bed.
I still have people that have never even seen the 9-foot tall alien.
I've only seen pictures of it and the videos.
Yeah, I've got to rebuild a lot of it. It has not weathered very well. Kind of sad. I hate ABS.
Now I got to decide between the one with or without the UFO.
Without is nice. You can print it no infill.
Yeah, without you can print it no infill, 3 walls, and
still have sample left over.
In a nice transparent filament. That'd be cool.
Yeah. Because that's what I do. All of my alien. Well, shit. I'm so far behind because I've been trying to catch up on a million other things. I haven't been printing the aliens every month. I used to print every sample that came every month. I used to
That
print
was
one
your pictures online too.
and I just freaking. I'm
I
so
bet.
overwhelmed right now.
There you go, Bob.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't like a lot of green, so I haven't dug down that hole yet. But
Big problem with this spool of ooze right now is
I
that
love the
it has 200 grams left on it. Maybe I don't.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Running out.
But I still have the Knights War Red, and that's limited edition. Doesn't exist anymore. So
It will exist again after I can
weasel your way into a production facility.
Well, no, it's just like I need the money. June killed me. I was like between my day job giving me 3 hours a week and
And then shutting down shop in solidarity.
Yeah, I'm being shut down in June. I was living off credit cards to get through June. And now I'm catching back up in July, and I bought a filament from overseas, and after I paid for it, I was told that they couldn't ship it because of COVID. I was like, well, that would have been nice to know before I paid for it. And that wasn't like I didn't go to their website and buy it. I was actually talking to a sales rep who, should have known that. So I had to buy a 5th filament. Then the project parts that I had already paid for, I set money aside for them because I usually pay for them after UFOs renew. So I found out that they weren't coming until the 18th of August. So instead of waiting until the UFOs renewed 3 days ago and then paying for them, I had to come up with money last month to pay for the project ahead of time. And that killed me. Like between my business accounts and my personal bank account, I got down to $119. So it's been tough.
Well, and you're also trying to build a printer, which also requires new parts, new order, new this, change this, and
yeah, which is another reason why that build has been slow. Because I just haven't had the money to finish the prototype. And I completely missed. I was playing games earlier. You came in earlier and said he was an asshole. But I don't remember why, or didn't see why he said he was an asshole.
I think he just started the conversation that way.
Oh, it's convenient. Did I hear he has one printer? Who has one printer? How do you live life with one 3D printer?
I would only have one if other people didn't buy them for me.
I still don't understand how people only don't have any 3D printers. Like, why do you not have a 3D printer in your house?
I know lots of those people.
Yeah, I do too. Just means more printers for me.
Him.
But if I talk them into getting into the hobby, I'd have to support them as well, and I'm not willing to talk to them that often.
Correct. I'd do the same.
Because sometimes people are just, ugh.
Yeah, one working printer. No, I understand starting somewhere. You can start somewhere. I started with one printer, and then 2, and then 5, and then...
Is it one printer, period, or one at a time? Because technically, I'm counting that as my first printer, even though it's actually my second, because I threw the first one at an employee.
Okay, what? I was writing you do it.
Yes, it is. It is an addiction, Marcel, and it's a problem because this like 3D printing stuff is my hobby. Your 3D printing stuff for FPV hobby, right? Like you're using it to make it for something else. I do it for it. Like I am spending, I don't even want to know how much money right now on a fancy ass filament storage rack system and all kinds of fun stuff. And I'm printing nonstop bearings and rollers and all kinds of things for the love of the hobby, and that has nothing to do with the like just a cabinet. What to do? It's a fucking cabinet, but it's going to be sweet to me because it's for 3D printing.
I agree with all those statements.
Marcel, before you sign up for, or like once you sign up, email Josh and tell him that you've signed up, your information and stuff, because he'll deduct the value that he normally adds in for US shipping from the box because he has to charge you Canadian shipping. Unless you have somebody in the States that's going to just run them across the border for you.
Oh yeah,
Whenever that's legally allowed.
If you're overseas and ordering, is he in Canada?
He's in Vancouver, Canada, yeah.
Yeah.
He's in the West Coast.
I actually set up a code now for people overseas. It'll automatically deduct $5.
Oh, it does now. Okay, good.
Nice.
I just got to remember what that code was.
Well, didn't it just do it when you added it? I can't remember. Because I know I talked to you about it one time because I was going to order them and then.
Okay, so it's UFO non-US. Will automatically deduct $5 off. I got to figure out how to automatically apply coupons, but
that is difficult.
Shit, did I take my 10 o'clock bill?
I don't think so. I didn't see you do it.
I was streaming, so probably not. So I'm on Chantix to try to stop smoking or to cut down on smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And I went from a pack a day to
2 packs a day?
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
This is not the Bob plan.
13, 14. I've only smoked 7 today. No,
Nice.
6. I've only smoked 6 today.
For you. I gave up the smoking. I don't even know how many years ago, and it was great. It was one of those things that when I worked in one of the call centers, like everything got done in the smoking pit, like any promotions, any hiring of new jobs, getting, even just projects. So like there was sometimes where, so it was an inbound call center, but there were sometimes they needed people to run projects for QC or start up a new campaign or something like that. So you have to test it and do a bunch of stuff. So people who got selected for that generally were people who were smoking. And so it's like, all right, well, that's where I'm hanging out. And that's where I was. It's like that Friends episode where Rachel just was smoking, pretending to smoke just to get in on everything.
That's the way it works.
And for those who don't know about the Tesseract, it is coming with a textured PEI sheet with the Alien 3D logo on it.
Nice.
It's going to be 560, I think, by 560. Oh, you know what? Damn it, I didn't bring it in.
You need like a meter cubed just to hold on to the thing, though.
The frame itself is 740 by 740.
Okay.
The bed is 600 by 600.
Is it a moving bed?
No, it's stationary, completely stationary. Like it doesn't even raise up and down. It is stationary. The gantry moves instead. Core XY, I've just upgraded the X and Y motors to closed loop.
Okay.
Those
What's
closed
that
loops
get you?
look cool.
The what?
What does that accomplish?
It keeps track of the position of the motor so that you don't like
Layer
have
shifts
layer shifts.
Layer
Nice.
shifts are drastically reduced when you have closed loop steppers. Also, your accuracy level goes up like 10% because
Fantastic.
it's not rounding off steps when it takes a travel. Like you tell it I want to move 25 steps, it moves 25 steps. Period. That's it.
So a more accurate Core XY.
Yes.
What else we got?
I've got a 580 by 580 1300 watt AC bed heater.
Okay. So the bed heater is going to go almost all the way to the edge of the bed?
Yes.
Mike 6 plate for the bed.
Well, I've got to confirm that because somebody told me that LDO doesn't actually have the Mix 6. They have something like the Mix 6, so I need to verify that.
Okay.
But it is going to have the mag bed. Brandon, once I have them in, I
don't see why you couldn't sell them.
I can sell you one. Because I haven't ordered them yet. But once I get them, I'll order an extra one to sell to you. Actually, I need to order an extra one for mine anyway. So,
are you throwing in a free roll of Alien News with all purchases?
I might do that.
You know, you get a roll of filament with most printers. It's usually a shitty like off-brand, or the Prusa comes with a made for Prusa spool of filament. The Alien Tesseract should come with a roll of Alien News.
I agree. Maybe I should let people choose between PETG and PLA.
Wouldn't that be a nice trick?
Yeah.
Free roll of ooze, PLA or PETG. You just put in your description what you'd like.
So here's another question: what are we doing for a hot end and a board?
So the board is the Big Tree Tech GTR 1.0 with the M5 expansion board.
Have
Okay.
you seen that board before, Bob?
No.
Say, you know how a duet board has like 1.5 million inputs and then has a ribbon cable to 1.5 million others?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what this thing does.
This is a GTR 1.0.
Nice.
It has so many steppers that you can just take the damn thing.
2209s, by the way. Well, actually, the X and Y won't be 2209s because the driver, closed loop driver comes with it. I can't remember what those are anyways, but every other one
are
2209s.
They are not 2209s. They're an A4 or an A5 or something like that. But Teaching Tech just did a video on those exact stepper drivers, and noise-wise, they are not an A4988. They're like slightly higher than the 2209, but like very imperceivable in the grand scheme of things when you have fans and stuff running. Yeah.
Yeah, they were quiet. What else? Oh, the hot end. Go ahead. The hot end was going to be Hamera.
Okay.
Because I have this cool fan mount and adjustable fan height and everything. And oh yeah, it's also coming with a BL Touch, and I have plastic in here.
I feel like there's a butt coming.
E3D haven't completely restocked yet.
So E3D will not have Hameras available for a few months.
Poopy.
So I've instead going to put a Bondtech extruder with a copper head from Slice Engineering.
What about a form of controlling the thing without a computer?
What do you mean?
It's got a USB port.
Will it have like a screen and the?
Oh yeah, the screen is a TFT35 version 3. It is, you can swap it between Marlin mode or touchscreen mode.
Nice.
So it's really cool. Like I have one on this one. So that's a TFT35 version 2. And it's just touchscreen. And when a print is running, It doesn't do anything. Like I literally, I got it because the kit that I ordered from Amazon, it came with it, and I've never used the screen once since getting it. I can print from SD right from the screen and everything. It's got a slot and everything. But this one, actually, because of the way the serial interface works, it actually can do stuff to Octoprint while it's printing. But also, if you just push and hold the button, you can then change it from Marlin that we're used to seeing mode to touchscreen mode. So it really depends on what you like. If you like Marlin looking, you do that. If you like touchscreen, you do that. This one's got, and because it's an emulator, so Josh, you can set this up too. It's black with green text.
Yeah, I already have it set up with that.
Yeah, so it works with the theme of the printer, as opposed to getting a blue screen with white writing and having to change it. Or
yeah.
And this is an enclosed printer?
No, it will have side and back panels, but I can't do a top panel because, well, the wiring has to go in there because, like I said, the whole gantry moves.
Mm-hmm. So you have to have room for that.
Yeah, you have to have room for the wiring. Theoretically, you could put doors on it. However, the X and Y motors stick out the front by about the length of the motor.
Okay.
But ingenious people could build one like Michael did at Teaching Tech with the brush bristles and stuff like that if you wanted to.
Yeah. So the wiring I'm having a custom PCB made. It will be using USB-C to for the signal and the wires to the hot end. So
that's great. One more place to charge my phone.
No, do not do that.
You could try it. It would hurt.
Do not do that. So like I'm going to include a warning. Do not plug in phone. Do not plug into PC.
Oh
yeah. So like this printer uses Cat6 cables to a Cat6 breakout board. That's just a generic. It's just a generic DIN rail, like easy to do.
So you use that to get your internet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then I separately fed 18 gauge for the hot end power just because I ran out of wires. But Josh is taking it one step further and doing USB-C to a custom UFO'd breakout board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that USB-C is an awesome connector. You can run all sorts of crazy stuff through it.
Right.
And it's just a sweet amount of power that they can handle too.
Yep.
And then, what else? Oh yeah, you know how people have cable chains?
Mm-hmm.
Because the X and Y motor will be going up the front. There is a thing out there that I found. Well, somebody showed it to me, and I'm gonna use the idea. I've got a I'm using different brackets, obviously, but I'm using tape measure. The stuff in the tape measure, so that you put the wires on it and the tape measure just rolls and unrolls. Like, doesn't roll and unroll, but you know how you bend a tape measure in half and it does that thing? Yeah, that's how it's going to run the wires up the X and Y.
I do really like this textile wrap that Prusa uses. It holds very well.
Yeah, I'm using the textile wrap too. I don't know if it's the same thing as what I'm getting, but it's
a textile wire wrap.
Yeah,
it's pretty standard stuff.
It's a textile nylon wrap.
We're upgrading the unit today, and now you have the option between PLA or PETG with your order.
Yeah, I already got an upgrade.
Look at
what
that.
else? Oh yeah, first printer ever to have 4 Z-axis. Well, maybe not printer ever, but everybody told me I couldn't do it, and then Marlin added support for it, so I said, fuck it, I'm going to do it. And people are like, but it's not going to work. And I'll be like, I don't care, I'm going to do it anyways.
I'm sure you'll get it working.
I've already had it working. I've already tested it.
Then you can get it working, and they can just suck it.
I've tested everything on this printer besides printing because I don't have a freaking bed yet. But yeah, I've tested everything already. It works. So they can.
There you go.
But yeah.
But you only need 3 points to define a plane, Josh. It's not going to work.
Yeah, well.
So a Core XY with a lifting gantry, a bed that doesn't move. This thing's going to be pretty quick, isn't it?
Theoretically, it could be. The only unknown right now, which may not be an unknown because of these giant ass freaking rails I'm attaching to it, is whether the 2020 frame is gonna be wobbly or not. Because some people have said 2020 is too thin to be
Carry that weight load on a distance.
Some people said that I couldn't put a 4-foot span of stone for my desk.
Because the stone would break, yeah.
Yeah, and then the stone guy came in and said, bullshit, and got up on top of it in the middle and jumped on it.
Yeah.
So
I'm doing a lot of things that people are telling me I can't do, but I'm going to do it anyways, just to either prove them wrong, prove myself wrong, I don't know, but I'm going to do it.
It's a learning experience either way.
You don't know if you don't try.
And the amount of, Bob and I talked about this the other night, the amount of, I don't want to say backyard engineers because there are a lot of stupidly smart people in this 3D printing community, but how about we say backseat engineers?
Well, even backyard doesn't matter. There's a lot of those folks that come up with some crazy ass ideas that work.
Right. And also they just, like, you can't just say it doesn't work because you've never seen it done, or somebody who's tried it once failed. Like, they're fucking landing rocket boosters back on a drone boat to recycle them.
To get Bob and Tom McKenzie back. I mean, come on.
Like, yeah. They got the hosers back today, eh? But, like, that's the thing is, like, NASA sends a rocket up to Mars, and that's just space trash now. Sorry. SpaceX sends people up to Mars, and the booster engine lands back on a drone ship within 1.5 feet of its X landing spot.
Yep.
Automated.
Can't do it.
Can't be done, though. Oh, it can't be done.
My favorite insult so far has been an email from Little Joe.
Again?
That's not
well, no, it's that same
Oh,
one.
yeah, okay.
But I may have to buy one just to see how your engineering skills are. And then Little Joe, actual person who messaged me but claims to not be Little Joe, yet said the same exact things, and his IP address are in the same city, basically told me that my printer looks like a piece of shit.
Well, then don't buy it.
Exactly. Don't buy it. But, like, I'm honestly thinking about creating the cheesiest car salesman ad ever.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Straight up say, I'm not an engineer. This printer probably sucks.
But do it wearing the alien costume.
Yes!
You want me to go get my penguin costume?
And I'm just going to make the cheesiest car salesmanist.
Can we find some stock footage of a wacky waving inflatable arm guy?
I will get one.
I'll wave my bacon at them.
A green one.
I'm even going to, like, put tape on my glasses, slick my hair back. Yeah. And I'm going to just sell the fact that,
but,
you know,
let's
you
take
don't have to have an engineering degree to freaking build a goddamn 3D printer.
Even if, okay, even if, let's say that this printer that you make, let's say, okay, you've built the kit, you send the kits out, buddy gets the kit and goes, I don't think this is going to work. He's got a good, let's say, $1,300 of the $1,500 worth of materials there.
He could build something else with it.
It's not like you're getting. It's not like you're buying
shitty parts.
Reality. $400 printer and getting last year's Ender 3 with some printed upgrades.
Right.
Right? Like it's you're getting enough material there. Like somebody could easily go, you know what, the 2020 frame isn't going to work for what I think it's going to do because I know better, and then contact Zealtech and order 4040 and reframe the thing themselves.
Right.
Go for it. You could, and as this progresses, you will naturally start selling parts for your printer because people are going to want to buy new rails, or they might break one, or warranty stuff. You have to do it, or somebody's going to be like, "I'm going to piecemeal stuff, but I really like Josh's rails that he's using. I really like this that he's using. I really like this, but I'm going to build my own." Go for it.
Yeah, and I'm going to release it open source. I'm going to list all the parts, list all the printed parts and everything. And also, what I did mention earlier, my frame is currently silver, but the actual Tesseract frame will be anodized green.
Nice.
So that's worth it right there, right? Like,
right?
Black printer, black printer, black printer, black. Yeah, you've got colored trim and stuff, but it's not a green frame.
Yeah.
The color sets it off.
That's right. Although this textured stamped aluminum.
Well, that's not exactly true, because I think my printer, if it got in front of Joel Telling, he would, like, if it is as great as I think it's going to be, because like I said, I haven't actually been able to print with it yet. But he reviewed the rail core, and all of a sudden the rail core started selling like fucking hotcakes.
And Joel will be the first to tell you, if you want to send it to him for a technical review, you're sending it to the wrong guy.
Right.
He is not.
Listen.
He knows it. He knows his stuff. Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Know his stuff.
I'm sure it was pre-assembled, but
they built it on stream as Railcore. Like,
yeah.
But also, he says he's not a technical guy. He's very smart, and he would be able to figure stuff out. But he's not going to do a technical review of it. He's going to do the same thing he does for all the printers and say, does it print? Does it do nice? Does it work? Yes or no? Yada yada. Is it value?
And say what you want. The guy can follow directions, and I'm sure there's going to be instructions on how to assemble the thing.
And that's the only name on that list I want to talk about publicly. Thank you.
Hi, Devin.
Yeah, I mean there's I've sold one kit already, which surprised me, and I have at least 5 other people telling me that they're going to buy one once I have a completed prototype, and
It's a good idea. I think it's just a little large for me personally.
Well, and I am sending one to somebody for free, not as a promo, but it's because I need their expertise.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really want to get Marlin nailed down.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get the board, and I want to get it, tweaked so that when it prints that first time, the firmware is already written.
Yeah.
And you don't have to mess with the frickin' extrusion and
don't make people figure it out for themselves.
Oh, you'll still have to do your own calibration because mileage may vary for assembly a little bit, but
right.
You don't have to sit there and go, okay, well, I need to change the Z steps and I need to change this steps and I need to well, now the BL Touch doesn't probe properly, and like if you want to change it, if you want to do like Chris Warkocki and rename it so that it says penis inserted, you can do that.
Yeah, so I mean, I want it as much out of the box as possible. Obviously, you're gonna have to freaking assemble it, but I'm gonna test everything before I put it in. Make sure everything's working.
The fact that you're taking the time to go back and forth on things, test everything out, make sure it's working, send it to people for help before you make it a finished product, speaks volumes to the amount of comfort you want people having with the finished product.
Right. So, and
Yeah.
I've got
Being
Chris.
realistic with your own limitations.
I've got Chris from Practical Printing freaking giving me ideas every damn day, which is why some things have changed. But no, he's like,
I love Christy.
yeah, there's one thing that probably will not change, but may change because I still have to experiment with it. A 2 foot by 2 foot floor tile as the base. The heater on top of it,
Okay.
with a groove drilled out for the wires. The heater on top of it, right? A spring steel that the heater is attached to, rather than the bottom of a Mix 6 or whatever,
Okay.
so that it's sitting, and then the magnet on top of that spring steel, and then the detachable plate.
So I understand the idea, but I don't like it.
I don't like it either, but it's something
That
that
is
I.
a lot of density in one spot for.
Well, ceramic will absorb the heat over time. So if you've got a 2-day print, it's going to build up that heat, and it's not going to let it go quickly. That's great for while you're printing, but sucks for when you turn it off.
Right.
That thing's going to be radiating heat for a day. That's the thing. A ceramic floor tile with in-floor radiant heat is fantastic, because what happens is I turn on the heat today. It's not that hot. It'll get warm, okay, but the in-floor heating will run along, and once it gets into that ceramic, now the ceramic dissipates the heat nice and evenly,
Right.
and it does it over a slow period of time.
But see that
Same as radiators. Radiators, that big, massive bulk of cast iron, is to dissipate the heat slowly over time, because the water's flowing through it fairly quickly,
And like
soaking
I said,
up a lot of heat, and then it holds it.
that's great while you're printing.
Yeah, just
It's
after
when
you're done.
When you're done. And the bed's not moving, so that's going to be pretty close to whatever surface the printer is sitting on.
Well, technically, it's about.
2 inches.
Well, once I put the feet on, it's about 3 inches away from the. And
I would
plus,
do some.
plus
I would
the
do
20,
some
so it's
tests.
more like 4 inches away from.
Do some tests with a thermocouple on whatever desk surface you've got underneath of it once you get it up and running, and see just how hot that surface underneath the printer gets.
Yeah, I'd actually have to do that, but I'm not actually going to do that. It's not something that was feasible, but it was something me and him talked about the other day, because I've been having so much trouble getting a bed for this.
Yeah.
I actually went out and bought a floor tile so I can put on it temporarily, and just print like just PLA.
Yeah. Well, if you want to go that route, you could get a lot of thermal mass and just go to your local stone yard and get a couple of scraps that are that big.
Yeah, but they wouldn't really be flat. Are they flattened?
Not
Like a
not to
floor
the level
tile?
we're trying to get to.
Yeah.
They're-
So I think a
close.
floor tile will be, and it was only $8 compared to $180 Mix 6 from a
Yeah,
US.
so when you
company.
broke it, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Well, no, that was the 1 foot one that I stepped on.
Oh,
No,
Plus,
I've got
like-
a 2
Like
foot one out in my
non-fam
car
says
now.
there, it would take a long time to get to temperature as well.
Not if the heater was on top of the ceramic. That's why I said the ceramic and then the heater on top of it. Because then the heater would be heating the spring steel that it's connected to, not the ceramic underneath
the
it.
part-
I would
the
also
ceramic-
worry about the underside of that heater. So, like, it's designed to put the heat. It doesn't just put the heat out uniformly, right? Like, they're built to kind of put it up the one way.
Right.
So,
So
I'd
would
worry
it
if that
generate?
tile would hold too much heat and cause problems for the underside.
Well, how much heat is the underside putting out?
Probably at least 50% of what the top's putting out.
So
And
it would
again, in
just
the beginning, it would
match
be a
that
big deal,
temperature,
but
wouldn't it?
you're trying to print a big, giant 4-day
Yeah.
print, and now the heater is starting to melt on day 3.
Right. But yeah, I'm just gonna put once I get the motors in for the X and Y and get my prototype rails, because this was just a sample rail they sent me. They're actually sending me a full kit next week. Then I'm going to put this thing together and I'm gonna start freaking printing with it.
Yeah, blue tape it.
Yeah, I'll blue tape it.
Do you think Llama has a 2 foot by 2 foot roll of blue tape?
No, he doesn't even have a 6-inch roll.
Wah,
I've got-
wah, wah. That's a dick joke.
Yeah. I need to find my blue tape actually.
It's not a
Actually,
dick joke.
you know what?
You know
It's
what
a
you
tape
could do?
joke.
Josh, honestly, just use something and just stick a wham bam plate or something you've got, or like I'm sure you've got you could put a PEI sheet, and you're not going to get the full build volume, but
yeah, but I
proof of
can't use
concept.
I can't attach my heater to it.
But won't PLA just stick to a plain PEI sheet, not heated anyways?
I don't know if it will PEI. It won't a wham, because the wham's designed to release the PLA when it's cool.
So when you get your alien sheets in, do you plan on selling them in any sizes other than Tesseract?
No, not at the beginning. Maybe eventually, but there's so many options out there right now for freaking spring steel sheets. There's no business in it. Like
but
you
none
go
of them
to
are alien sheets.
you go to TH3D and
Yeah, fuck
you
that.
can get them for dirt cheap.
I'm not doing that.
But well,
Gecko Tech sells a 600 by 600 cold Gecko Tech.
really?
It is unavailable right now, but the 400 by 400 is $36 for a
That's not bad.
400 by 400 Gecko Tech Easy Stick cold. So it's designed for non-heated beds.
I could stick that on. But yeah, so
That's crazy.
what is the filament one? Alta stick?
Multi-stick, yeah. They don't have now they just have Prusa sizes.
Well, yeah, but I mean they offered to make them for me too, but I had a minimum order of 100.
Oof.
I was like, no, can't do that. But Chris Russell says they work great.
So 600 by 600 Easy Stick hot is $70.
And that's the Gecko Tech.
Yeah, that's at Printed Solid actually. It's insane.
Yeah, maybe I'll get a cold Gecko Tech and slap it on this ceramic floor tile.
That'd be funny.
It's nice marble color too.
I just want to start getting I would love to get a 330 by 330 textured build plate, like MK3 texture, like that kind of quality texture. Not build tack or any like. I want powder coated texture.
Can't take you anywhere anymore.
Well, Bob, what
just want
sizes would you be interested in?
Well, I'm probably the wrong guy to ask because all I've got is 2 Prusas.
Well, Prusa would probably be a popular size to carry anyways.
I think if there's such a thing as a common Ender size, I know that those are the 2 brands everybody talks about.
235 by 235.
Yeah. So there'd be 235 by 235, and then the Prusa size, which is more of a rectangle, right?
It is. It is a 210 by 250, 240.
And then 310 by 310 pretty much fits all of the 300-ish build volume printers.
Yeah, my bed is, and actually Brandon has I think he said an X5. SA500, but I think he's got an X5 as well, and that's 330 by 330.
Here's
Welcome
the
back,
one thing.
Devin.
Great.
Lazy guy. I will spend an extra $20 to not have to apply the damn sheet.
The magnet.
No, that's the one thing
Oh.
I always tell Peter about it too. Like, it's the one thing I hate about the WAM system is having to put it together myself.
Yeah.
So if
Because
you
it's just an extra step, really.
Yeah, I opened my last WAM thing the other day. That's been sitting here for a couple months just so I could grab the magnet out of it and put it on my Ziltech gear. Because I already have the WAM on a spring steel.
Good night, kid.
You know what? Alti-Stick now has a 235.
Catch you later, Kit. Yeah, it's
Oh,
1
you
a.m.
son
I'm
of a-
about to kick rocks too. Uh-oh, crit fail.
No, he never started it. Oh, no, it started.
No, they're
Did it
both
fail?
in
What
there.
happened? What was the problem?
It's starting to jam.
Oh no.
They have a 300 by 300. They have the Prusa 254 by 241. It's a weird-ass number.
I think I'm going to throw that sample away.
220 by 220 and a 310 by 310.
Is it a sample from me?
No.
Good. What is it?
Protopasta.
Uh,
So it's clicking.
I
can hear it.
Catch you later, Brandon. Thank you for coming in.
This is the longest After Dark we've had in a long time.
Yeah, just went over 5 hours.
Poop.
But yeah, Protopasta, when it prints great and looks beautiful. But when it doesn't print, it's
Well,
a nightmare to work with.
Are you clear? I'd clear that out before it cools down, Bob.
I'm going to. It's yeah.
That
One of the samples
HTPLA
printed beautifully, and this one just doesn't want to.
Is that matte fiber?
No.
Hmm. Oh.
Now I wonder if anybody used the freaking carbon fiber Protopasta from January's, because I printed
You
the
didn't
alien.
hear any of it.
No, I didn't hear anybody print with it. But I printed an alien with it, and it came out really good. I gotta figure out why my printer turns on every night and freaking prints out a test page. It's quite annoying.
Devin said she printed some of that filament on a robot.
Cool down.
Oh, sweet.
Devin doesn't print things.
Oh, Devin wouldn't have seen this yet.
No, she wouldn't.
Let me make you big.
Hang on, let me blind myself again.
That came out really good. Is that Fotis or is it?
That's Fotis's Winter Soldier.
I need to get that. I need to go download that.
Look at Sebastian Stan. He says, "Look at me, I'm pretty." And then Captain America, which is not based on any version of Captain America. It's based on Captain America across
That's
the
nice.
ages.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
And right now is printing a giant ass Thanos. And I've already sliced a smaller Spider-Man, a giant ass Hulk. Like literally looking at it on the printer, I'm actually concerned if it's actually going to make it because the edges of it are at the build volume of the shoulders where it comes up, and he's like just. I've got Spider-Man, Captain Marvel as well, the extra version of Captain Marvel. I've got her sliced so that she'll be. Her mohawk will sit up a little bit higher than his head, only because the base is a little bit thick.
Mm-hmm.
But proportionally, her head, because it's narrower, will actually be smaller, so it'll actually look pretty good.
Nice.
Wexter told me I was an idiot because he doesn't like that model anymore. It's hilarious how as they get better at their modeling, they look up at their old ones and they're like, oh, that sucks. And he goes, I looked back at some of these models, like the base that he made. He's like, I don't even know what I was thinking. And so I'm doing it
under maintenance for the printer to see if it has a setting for print cleaner time settings.
Do what?
For your automatic, it's printing out a test page every day.
Oh. Yeah, I done completely lost that thought. Let's see.
Well, we'll bring it right back to you.
See what other ones I've sliced.
Let's see. Settings.
I can't find a good Iron Man bust.
It's because it was a dude.
But I've got... Oh, I did a steampunk Iron Man, so I did...
Well, maybe for Iron Man, you're going to have to just make yourself a helmet and use that.
This Iron Man, which is a Wexter Iron Man. And I scaled it up.
See, if you didn't say that was Iron Man, I wouldn't have gone there.
Yeah, that's a steampunk Iron Man, which is why I wasn't too about it. There's a few people who have done Tony Stark ones.
Hey, Mike Castle.
But they don't look great.
Yeah.
My Castle? Is that the My Pillow guy?
No, it's the I like to wrap vehicles guy.
So I got Spider-Man, Captain Marvel, and Hulk. I wish Fotis had done more, or had done more Avengers ones, because I would print those to go with it. Because I want to try to get a mixture. I don't want to do just Eastman models, or I don't want to do just Wexter models. So far I got 2, and what's going to end up happening is they're living up there.
Mm-hmm.
I cleared out the space, and now I'm going to fill it with giant-ass models.
Yeah, I need to do that. Ever since I've been putting big stuff on the Rays, it's like, okay, I've got these really cool, really big, awesome models. Now what do I do with them?
There's a whole wall back there that's just dying for some shelves.
IKEA floating shelves.
Yeah, I think I'm going to get some IKEA floating shelves.
So, like, these are... This has got 3 walls. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it hollow?
There's infill here. He's really washed out. There's infill through here.
Yeah.
And infill up here.
Yeah.
And 5%. Captain America has, his veteran told me to do it. There's infill on the bottom because it was printing here. It's just to give it a little bit of weight, but I realize I don't need to do that in the future. Then there's infill around his chest because there's some spots that dip down, and a little bit on the head. You can usually get away without doing it especially when you have 3 walls on the head. Mm-hmm. But I figured the last thing I want to do is have it go to put it in and then fail.
What setting did you use for that?
It's 0% infill. So there's no infill in...
Except for those places.
So what I did is I told it to be 0, and then I used a modifier slab, which I just scaled how I wanted.
Oh, okay.
So that then I told that modifier be 5% infill.
Gotcha.
Same as the base for this. The base only has infill up to about here because I just wanted something to give it a little bit of weight on the bottom. And there is a recessed part in this one Fotis base. But this base is actually that much taller. But unfortunately, when I set him up this morning, he was an inch and a half taller than Captain America, and I'm like, well, that doesn't look right. So when I scaled them in the slicer, what I did is I took Cap at the scale that I had printed that one and set it upright in the slicer, and then scaled this one until the faces were meshed together. I actually had a picture of it. I posted it in the Discord. It looks really freaky because it's like Bucky wearing Cap's mask and helmet. And so that's how I knew they were going to be about the same size for the bodies, but the bases were much different. The busts were. So I ended up hollowing out the bottom and shoving this in with a little bit of heat and some super glue. And now he's much more akin to what he should be. So the other ones might need to be modified in the future. Thanos is okay to be giant because he's supposed to be 8 foot tall anyway. So if he's taller, it's good. It's going to be taller. So he'll be like 2.5 inches taller than the other ones.
That's how it should be, though. Thanos.
Yeah, it'll look good. And then the Hulk will be bigger than that. Because Hulk is, according to my research on the internet, which is never wrong, Hulk is the same, if not bigger, than Thanos.
I need to get my freaking Batman done.
I didn't realize you never finished Batman.
Like, really, all I gotta do is, like, for some reason, Gloop is not working on the cape. So I gotta figure out a different way to attach the pieces of the cape together. And then I'm gonna fill the cracks where I printed it.
I wonder why it's not working.
I don't know. There's
Is it just standard PLA?
No,
as
that's
far as I
PETG.
know. Oh, it might
No.
be PETG.
Yeah, you did PETG for that.
Yeah, I did do PETG for this. Yeah, but I have the PETG Gloop that I was using.
Yeah. Hulk is 8'5", and Thanos is 8'2".
So roughly the
Hulk's a
same.
little- Hulk's a little tall.
Only 3 inches,
Hey, 3 inches goes a long way, buddy.
which is like 3 millimeters scaled down.
Yeah, but the Hulk that I set up is 215% scale. So let me load up the slicer.
So Josh, that proto pasta sample you set out, I used it in a pinch because I ran out of the proprietary stuff for the Mark Forged.
Mm-hmm.
So that sample was exactly enough to make a bracket that I needed. So your sample actually holds the entire brain of a robot.
That's awesome.
And I was going to post a picture of it and send it to you, but I never did it because the tournament got canceled because of COVID. And I was like, I'm going to save.
Slacker.
Yeah, because I totally caused COVID.
Because you're a slacker.
No, and I had like 6 different posts lined up because I used a bunch of your stuff with like PETG and carbon fiber, but I just didn't post any of it because I was so pissed off at the tournament got canceled.
So that's what Hulk's going to be scaled up as.
Wow, he's right on the edges.
And that's the original size.
It's a very big Hulk.
It's going to be huge. And I've got it set up. It is 1 day, 12 hours, and almost 600 grams of material. Which isn't too bad. The
Hey, Michael.
let's see. There's what Spider-Man's going to look like.
I like that Spider-Man.
Nice.
I have a little
So-
version of him.
The only downside to it is
Uh-oh. We're losing you, Mikey.
Yeah, his slicing is overloading his computer again.
it happens. But I thought he had made a version without the base, so you could print it a different orientation, but I must have been wrong.
Yeah, I
It
don't
might have been
know.
a different model that he did that for later on.
Hey, Ashley. Yeah, I'm finally back. I was starting to wonder if you caught the COVID and croaked.
Oof.
But so the base is going to have, I figured because of the cantilevered position of the body, I should put the weight all the way in the base. So I kept it filled in there. Also, it helps with all this rebar and overhang and shit like that. Like, just makes it easier. And then
Marcel
it's
has a
hollow.
helpful suggestion for you, Jordan.
What's that?
Sell a printer. Upgrade the computer.
The computer's actually very well good. The problem is, Marcel, I'm running currently 3 different instances of Prusa Slicer. I've got a window of I don't know how many tabs open on Chrome, so that's eating up a lot.
And you're streaming.
And I'm streaming.
Now I'm just giving Ashley crap because I sent her a couple emails and she hasn't replied.
Seeing part of his head's hollow, and then all of a sudden comes the spiderweb.
Nice.
Because I've learned when I did Cap, when you get something like this, those first ones end up actually, because of the way it goes to bridge it, being whoop, 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 especially on the Predator being fast, because the infill is at like a, what do I have the infill set up to?
That can't be a thing.
Infill's at 100 millimeters a second. So when it goes to go across to do the thing, it ends up connecting to the other side, and it almost makes it like a tight rope. So the first few droop a little, and then the next couple on top, like it's not like it's a big spaghetti mess inside.
Yeah, it's just like bridging.
Yep. But then you can just start you give it a bit to get up to speed, right? Make sure it's got enough on it, and then it's perfect for when it has to come in and fill in all this crap.
Bridging, but make it wavy.
Wavy bridging.
It might work better if you used a non-gyroid infill.
It sure would, but I love gyroids, so. and I like watching the printer do.
Yeah.
Because again, a Delta is so much fun to watch. I could just watch it all day. So yeah, that's Spider-Man's going to be.
Almost went full Three Stooges there.
So if I take Spider-Man, I add Bucky. Take Bucky and rotate him so that he's standing up. 217. So Spider-Man's going to be a little bit smaller than Bucky, right? Because he should be.
He should be. He's only a teenager.
He's only a teenager. So that's going to be kind of cool.
If you go by the more recent movies, he's barely out of freaking diapers.
Let me see.
Yeah, but Marisa Tomei is hot.
Granted. But Tom Holland looks like he's 3.
Tom Holland's hot.
There you go. Thank you, Devin. Thank you. You got to even out those gender roles.
Let's see, Ash. I mailed you on May 25th, on April 21st, and March 15th.
No. Josh got the restraining order in July.
She asked me a question. I'm just answering.
How was Devin's day?
I did not wake up till almost 3 in the afternoon.
Nice. That's what Sundays are for.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was the first time I've slept more than like 4 hours consecutively in like 8 days.
Yeah, Ashley. Go ahead.
I have no kids in the house, no wife. It's just me, and I'm gonna go to bed tonight at like 2:00 in the morning. And you know what time I'm gonna wake up, Devin?
When the kids get home.
8:00 tomorrow morning. Like I'm just gonna wake like.
Why?
Because I'm old now and I have no sleep inability. The children stole it from me.
And the wife and kids are coming home tomorrow.
They have no sleep inability. I have lost my sleep inability. Actually, realistically, I could sleep in perfectly fine right up until they cut my leg off. Pretty sure that's where the power was. It's like Samson. Lightspeed!
Hello.
Yeah, so the reason I wasn't streaming in April, I paid $1,500 to have my internet installed. And so I cut off my mobile hotspot, thinking that, oh, this is going to be done in a couple weeks.
Not so much.
Yeah, it took
Not
3 months.
so much. And then it still didn't work.
And then they still charged me another $200 on top of the $1,500.
Which you almost rage quit on.
Oh, I did rage quit. Like, I straight up told the lady to shut me off. Then a couple hours later, I was like, fuck, I spent $1,500 on this. I need to get it turned back on.
I figured that's what happened.
I don't blame you. I've had similar experiences with that company.
Well, it's like when they literally do zero different between the $49 install and the $200 install. There is no reason to charge $200.
Yeah.
Also,
when they do zero work
anymore
at all.
What's that?
When they do zero work at all, it's even worse.
Yeah.
And
Like,
what are you charging for the install? Like, what do they do?
They claim, like, literally the people the people on the phone who don't actually know what the fuck's going on, they claim that the tech has to do more work for testing the wires and for ensuring the signal is there to support the gigabit internet.
And to my answer to that is, that's what you have my bill for every month.
They
you have your money off me elsewhere. Thank you.
Well, they have to do that anyways. Even if they're doing the $49 install, they got to check the signal to make sure that the signal will support the 400-bit. So there's literally no extra
What are they
step.
doing?
Well, maybe it's a more expensive program to get better internet connection.
No, what it really came down to was that
speedtest.net.
It was company policy. That's what it came down to. It was company policy to charge $200, because if they made it a cheaper install, everybody would get it.
Yeah, and then the answer
and it would overwhelm the system.
You idiots! You'd have a lot more people paying you more money,
but their backbone couldn't handle it.
Yeah. Stupid IDSNs. Lightspeed, I'm gonna print you a new wheel.
Hey, Lightspeed! I didn't even see you in here.
It's going to take me 6 months, but I'll do it for free.
Need to get my chat pop back up.
But you need to keep going full Karen on Elon.
Wait, what happened to Steven?
He broke the rim on his car.
He was driving along, and
Steven was driving in his $5 million Tesla, and he hit a twig.
Well, he was doing 200 miles an hour. So
yeah, 200 miles an hour in his $5 million Tesla, and he hit a tiny little twig. Actually, I think it was like a stick bug, and it completely cracked his rim on his car.
It didn't just crack the rim. The inner hub of the rim separated from the outer hub of the rim on an aluminum forged rim. Like it is just obliterated.
Yeah.
Lucky that the thing didn't flip end over end NASCAR style.
Those cars are so weighted in the bottom that would have been tough to do even at speed.
Well, and again, he'll chime in if that's the case, but I'm pretty sure he said that the car slid 300 feet.
Well, sliding's easy, but it's that center of gravity.
But
it's
what are you hitting in that course of slide? Like it could have been bad. And then because of where he was located, apparently Tesla has some weird things about being outside of a distance of their service area.
Yeah.
So you had to pay to have it towed to the nearest service area.
Well, when you're driving through the middle of a desert.
Yeah. And of course, because it's a car dealership and car dealerships are notorious for this, they can't just go get any rim they want. They have to get the Tesla rim, which is probably on back order because it happens a lot.
And the dealership that he took it to is inside of a mall, so they have no repair center. He had to go somewhere else.
That sucks.
There's only one Tesla dealer in Portland, Oregon. It's inside of the Washington Square Mall, in the middle of the mall.
That's awkward. Hi, I'm here to deliver a car for repair. Just tows a broken Tesla through the mall.
Hey, Steven,
Did you stop at the food court?
Did Elon personally piss you off? Like, did he actually talk to you?
We went to the repair center, not the dealership.
I understand. He had to because the dealership has no vehicles.
Yeah, but also it's
three.
It's funny too that the repair center doesn't have any parts.
Correct. I've been there and sat in their cars a couple of times.
But like you smash up your Honda, they're like, yeah, you can just go to like Canadian Tire and get a rim. Who cares?
But avoid your warranty.
That's right.
Cars are stupid.
Well, and then the worst part is it wouldn't be so bad if you lived in the area because then you could just get home and no big deal. He lives in Arizona.
So the moral of the story is stay close to home and stay out of
travel.
Oregon.
No, the moral of the story is don't buy a freaking Tesla.
I was going with the other one.
If you buy a Tesla, just don't leave your area.
Until
don't
there's
leave a service
national
area.
support.
I don't know. I want a Cybertruck, but I won't buy one until there's a lot more support.
God, those things
I
are
didn't
so
even think of that. Now you gotta
ugly.
go back and get it too.
Okay,
Just
it's ugly, yes. It's not anything that anyone thought it would be, but at the same time, it's still really cool.
At the same time, it's still ugly as fuck, and I will never be caught dead driving that thing.
Yes,
I like
it is,
ugly vehicles.
it's ugly as fuck, but it's also really cool.
I like ugly vehicles.
It's an EV truck.
Now,
I had
before Lightspeed, before they took away your car, were you able to christen it properly?
How does one?
I remember seeing a picture. I just remember seeing a picture of you and your girl in the car, and I thought, well, I mean, if you're gonna be at a charging, that's the thing is, if you're at a Tesla charging station and you're sitting there for a few hours, I mean, why not? The air conditioning's running. The air conditioning's running. You got a little time on your hands. No one's around. Go for it.
I haven't driven a manual transmission in freaking forever. I'd probably burn a clutch out right now.
My last manual transmission was in an 07 Toyota FJ. I like ugly cars.
Mine was
Yeah,
an
the FJ is
83
idiot.
Toyota. Mine was an 83 Toyota pickup that I drove in 1997. Up until an oak tree fell on it.
Yep.
How
And
did
this
a
thing-
tree fall in your car?
I was
Trees
in
fall on
the,
any cars.
I was in the National Guard. I was at my weekend drill, and it was like really, really early in the morning, and we were all sleeping on the floor. And somebody wakes me up, and I look up, and there's a freaking police officer looking down at me. He's like, "Hey, you own a white Toyota pickup?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Can you come with me?" I thought I was in trouble.
Again,
We walk outside, and just the limb of a water oak tree fell and totaled my truck.
Yep.
That sucks.
Yeah, but it was a piece of shit truck. It was probably a good thing. Like the speedometer didn't work on it. The gas gauge didn't work on it. The floor of the truck had holes in it, so every time I went mudding, you were getting water and mud flown up on you. It had a hole in the manifold, and I went and got some liquid steel, and I put a metal plate over it and liquid steeled the hole.
You JB welded your truck back together.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah.
Like I have 2015 Toyota Sienna. Delightful.
I tell you what, though, that thing had over 300,000 miles on it, and it was still going. But yeah.
All right. It's getting to be about that time, Josh. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, it's 1:35. My prints are printing, and they've got another at least 3 hours left on them, so I should probably crash too.
Nice.
Bob's just like, it's 4:00 in the afternoon. What are you talking about?
I slept too much and now I'm wide awake.
Yeah.
Well, my thing lately is I've been staying up till 4 and waking up at 11. I need to stop that.
Yeah.
Same. Except for I've been staying up till 6 and waking up at 11-ish.
I suggest not doing that when you have to teach a class.
Or, work as a human being.
I'm doing so much freelance stuff right now, and my clients do not care when I get.
No, I just mean like just being a functional member of society. You're not supposed to sleep till whenever you want.
See, but why not? Who said society has to start at 8 a.m.? Who decided that? Because that is dumb.
Who decided what time zone you're working in?
Exactly. I prefer to work in like Hawaii time.
Hawaii time, it's 9:30 at night. It's still getting close to time for bed.
Oh, 9:30 at night. That means it's time for a snack and time to get work done.
Y'all are ridiculous.
This has been known to happen.
I didn't work today, did I? God damn it. I gotta get up early tomorrow and work so I can submit a time card for more than 3 hours. God damn it.
I have to get up in the morning and work too because I got 87 employees who demand to be paid.
Yeah, that's a great thing about working for yourself and not having employees and not being an employee of anywhere.
I'm retired, but
The only thing you got to worry about is a few hundred subscribers who bitch and moan. No, actually, like out of hundreds of subscribers, I only get like maybe 1 or 2 people that ever get mad if I'm actually late, which is pretty awesome.
What I want to know is the people who complain, like, do they actively keep track of when the UFO is supposed to ship?
Yeah, some people are like that.
Why?
Some people are like that. And but okay, look, here's the thing. I understand if people get mad, and I do not get mad at the people who get mad at me.
you get mad at yourself more than they get mad at you.
Exactly. I get mad when I fuck up because I hate being late. And I hate putting out a crappy product. The other couple weeks ago, I was in a hurry mailing out some stuff, and my BL touch wires I make myself. Well, I don't make myself; they pre-crimped, but I put the things on them, and I accidentally put a 3-wire, 2-wire, and then 3-wire, 2-wire. So one of the wires was shared between the 3-wire and the 2-wire, and so when he hooked it up, it probably blew smoke because it wasn't working right. And I was like, dude, totally my fault. I'm sorry. I will send you another one out tomorrow. And he's like, you don't want pictures, proof, or anything? I was like, look, I'm sending you an RMA label. Send the old one back. No questions asked. I was mad that I screwed up. And I'm not going to, blame him for that. And I know if I purchased a product and it was weeks late, I'd be pretty mad too. People pay for a product. They deserve to get it. So I understand the people who are frustrated. I just can't always help it. I mean, there were some months where I was just like, when was it? May and April, I think, were my late months.
Mm-hmm.
I was just...
And then there's that whole eSun bullshit too.
Yeah. It's like
you buy a bunch of filament from the manufacturer and they're like, oh, we never got an order.
Well, it's not that. It's like I was talking to an actual sales rep from eSun, right? And all of a sudden, I got a reply with all of our entire chain of emails So I never in a million years would have looked at the email address and seen that it had changed. And now I was talking to somebody who supposedly hacked their emails and had me paying an invoice to an incorrect PayPal account.
And that's the other part is when a lot of these places use PayPal. How are you supposed to check the Chinese characters to make sure that it's the right Chinese characters that you're paying?
Right? So,
Pro tip: learn Chinese. Apparently,
yeah, that ticked me off.
公開發財. Happy New Year.
But anyways, I finally got their filament though. It went out in June, I think.
It's nice filament too.
Yeah.
I have a couple of, I think they're in the closet. I've got a couple of the clear spools, and I want to get some of their refill coils because those look fun.
the screen gate that you sent out is the prettiest pink filament I've ever seen.
It's a great pink, isn't it?
I know.
Grapefruit?
Yeah, I vaguely considered making it the color I do my accents for R2 in.
Yeah, it's the grapefruit pink.
Yeah, it looks nice.
I have an extra roll of it.
I don't know where did that roll go? Bob, where'd my filament go?
I ate it.
Oh, I put it away in a box. That's right. I got a roll of their blue ice or ice blue here somewhere that I don't know anymore where it went. I'm sorry.
It was delicious.
Wait, Josh, you said you have a roll of it?
I think so.
If you have it, DM me a price and I'll send you money.
You can't have it.
Damn.
Devin, just buy it from
I
Green.
can order it from Greengate, but I'd rather give money to Josh than Greengate's.
Well, buy it from Green Gate and use. Oh shit! I don't have an affiliate code for them yet.
Use promo code Josh is awesome.
I need to talk to them about that.
There it is. Found it.
Yeah, I don't think I've tried their ice blue yet.
Ice blue. It's translucent blue. G.
And we're going to use Jordan's sample spool.
Rich, they messaged me and they're like,
yesterday.
Rich was like, I can't believe you went through what you did. We want to send you a get well soon present. And I was like, no. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, no.
It's going to cost me more to receive.
No, actually, honestly though, it hasn't.
Really?
It didn't. No. So I don't know what they did differently to what 3D Fuel did, but 2 free rolls of 3D Fuel cost me $70.
Damn.
I no longer like your sample spool, Jordan.
Why?
It won't go on the damn sample.
Wait, what?
So this is the coax, the neon green.
I know. I got to rework the arms.
That's your spool.
Okay, fine. Let me. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You're making me do this, Bob.
Wait, is that my sample?
Yep.
Shit.
So we need to make that.
You need the forks need to fold too.
Only one. You just need one to come up.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's injection molded. I don't.
No, it's not. It's printed.
That thing's way too big. Your filament sample's not going to fit on that either.
You're correct.
What you need is you need the small hub of my awesomeness. Okay, send me the. Where did that come from, Bob? Send it to me later, and I'll look at it, and I'll figure out how I can use it in this one or something.
Now I got to find that.
Because I can maybe make them flip up. I don't know. Did you see what? So filament librarian.
Yeah.
Message me. And
What was actually different in that?
It's just
tell
logoed.
what was different.
It's logoed.
Oh, that's it.
So every arm on the outside says like filamentlibrarian.xyz, which is their website, and then I was able to add on the 2 of the non-branded of my own faces. It's a picture of like a sample tile.
There you go, Jordan. That's the model.
Meow, 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 meow.
Yeah, Michael Cassell, I go through a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't know about. Sometimes I will post in public, but I also have a secret UFO group with members who contribute ideas and some are subscribers, some are not. And I often rant to them about a lot of crap that I have to deal with.
Some are hobos.
And I still don't even tell them all of it.
Hobos.
There's always something.
I'm in that group. I don't have a job. I'm a hobo.
I think you mispronounced Bob.
No, that's homo.
Ouch.
Zing! 1 o'clock in the morning.
Not find us.
Wait, Michael, you like the ones that the flaps fold in so they're open boxes? Gotcha. Well, I'm back to the design boxes for multiple reasons.
So I gave Bob a heads up that he should keep the boxes going forward for the next little while because you're doing something cool with them.
Oh, okay. I haven't submitted the design for this month yet, and I was like, shit, did I remember to put that on?
If not, your whole year. He didn't just mess up one, the whole thing.
I gotta remember to put that on every month. Gosh darn it. Poor Bob. Having to manually do it.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see what they did, Bob. It's just the upper spool section is literally just...
See, I make my mom spool samples for me. She says it's relaxing.
This is nothing like yarn like we used to do in the 80s.
See, my mom compares it to yarn.
Yeah, well, I had a couple of grandmothers as well, so this is normal.
Yarn doesn't tangle, or yarn tangles worse than filament does.
Okay, I see what's happened here. I can do that.
See what's happening here.
I will give you all of the ideas to steal, and you can blame Bob, because Bob, damn it.
Well, technically,
Might be a
and
little
this
small
doesn't
for
leave
the-
the stream, that sample...
I already
spooler-
said it's not... I don't... So here's the problem. I don't remember who made it.
Or where it came from, yeah.
Or where it came from, but the problem is that the original design, the tolerances were no good.
Right, and you completely redesigned it.
So what I did is I printed one, and whatever came out of it that didn't fail, I looked at it visually in my hand, and then went, okay, well that kind of does this. Okay, how do I do that in Fusion?
Yeah.
And I started learning how to make this like fluted section where it has a rounded part at the top. Like that it didn't take me long to figure out, but I had to figure out how to do that. The tolerances and how many click wheels. And then I also so my click thumbs are a lot beefier than the ones that were originally designed. The tolerances are better on the pegs because even on MK3s, highly tuned machines or other printers, they were fusing together on the inside and they'd snap as soon as you open it up. So it being a complete redesign, but every time somebody asked me, I didn't come up with it. I just made it better. Yeah. But I cannot remember where I got it where the original came from, how there's just too many models out there for me to try to figure out how it happened.
Hello, XNX. Well, we were gaming earlier, and then after a couple hours of gaming, we went back to 3D printing chat. So we're discussing 3D printing. We're all 3D printing geeks. Except for Ashley, she doesn't even own a 3D printer, but she stalks everybody.
She's still a 3D printer geek.
Neon green coax looks like it wants to be printed a little bit warm.
I really don't like that design at all of that thing, Bob. I'll work on that.
I didn't either, but it was the first one I found.
Yeah.
Like, see if
This
I
is the
can't.
silver that came with my first Prusa. That's how early it got printed.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't figure out how to make this arm flip up so that you can just drop it and then flip those down.
That
then
would be
push them
cool
out.
too. That would be cool too if the
Yes.
3 just popped up.
Because then you'd just be able to slip your coil. Because most
But-
coils are not going to be narrower than that.
You know why that may be a pain in the ass though? The orientation where it prints. You'd have to
I
do
would
the,
have it print straight up. Maybe.
but you'd still the connecting part.
Oh, I would make it like a clock. Like I would. The other thing I do is I look at I'll load models in slicers or in Fusion, and I look at how Clockspring makes like his gear move or something like. I look at how that's done. It's like, okay, I see that they're doing. Okay, how do I do that myself? Like what can I extract from this? Because trying to actually prop the piece out of the model becomes just a nightmare with the triangles and the rounded faces and adding. It's just you're just better
Right.
off to look at it, get inspired, and come up with your own based off of an idea. And now, thankfully, mechanical connectors are not universally somebody's brainchild thing. It's pretty.
Oh yeah, no problem, X and X. My bad. I gotta see. Let me see. Can I edit this? Yep.
It was COD Mobile. It wasn't.
Yeah, we were just playing
Right.
COG Mobile. It wasn't anything too
Bob, damn it!
extensive.
Love that so much.
All right. Well, I tried to edit it, but it gave me an error.
Probably because we're streaming it.
Do 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 do.
You know what another option is, Josh?
Yeah. What?
It's 9 minutes to 2 a.m. We could just after party for a while, and that's that. Son of a-
But then we miss people.
We do.
But- Yeah, I don't even know how to edit this crap. I'm not a pro streamer. Let's see if it'll let me do it in the back end. Edit title and description. There we go.
Was this it?
Paste.
Fusion recovery file.
All right, title should be changed, I think. I hope. Maybe. I don't know.
See if it crashes the printer. Think again. Yep, 3D printing chat.
Boom!
Nailed it.
Nailed it.
I didn't
Title.
lose my whole fan duct. Fusion recovery file.
Look at you.
I only lost part of it.
Josh, finding these Eagle objects for you has been proven to be a lot harder than I thought it would. I've only found about half of them.
Damn it, man.
I've got some of them. Also, one of the links you sent me is bad.
How is it bad?
The one for the Molex connector doesn't go.
BS.
It does. It goes to a 404 page.
BS.
It does. I promise you.
Oh my goodness.
Devin's pretty high maintenance.
I am not.
She is.
Make my links work.
All right, I just clicked the link and it went right. Send you, paste it to you again.
Literally, I clicked the link and it says the page you're looking for is either offline or no longer.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you don't know how to work the internet.
Literally, that's what I get. If I share my screen, you'll see the same error message I get.
Boom. I just sent it again.
Okay, see, this link worked. This is a Mauser page. You sent me to a
Yeah.
Molex page the first time.
Cookies. Let me check.
Oh,
to see
my
what I
cookies.
sent you. Do.
Why am I loading Fusion at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Because you're silly.
Because it's the best time to load Fusion.
Damn it.
Dun.
Now we're going to delete some.
Ah, okay.
Bodies, spoke 1. There you are. The only nice part about designing this thing is I actually only had to design it once. I designed one arm and then just patterned it.
Okay,
In
so
4 hours, we'll have an alien.
this is the other link I sent you, which goes to Molex. And it works too.
Okay, then why does it not work on my machine?
I don't know, because you're a crackhead.
Why does that link we were
Crack-a-doodle-doo.
talking about last night work on your machine but not on mine?
I actually did figure that out. I figured out why it doesn't work. I don't know how to fix it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's the same exact link. I wonder if the Twitter short link screwed it with it.
Maybe.
But I just hovered over both the links, and they're the same link.
Okay, but it must be the shortening thing because when I click on it from the list, it gives me a 404.
Yeah, it does me too.
So I wasn't wrong.
You
But
are, but
it-
just not about that.
But it's Twitter. Twitter's broke.
Agreed.
I have way too many tabs open again. Stop making me click on stuff, Devin.
Sorry.
You're sorry, George, but the correct answer to that is Bob. Damn it.
Correct.
I really, really hope these two pi things, freaking pins, work. I don't know how I'm gonna test it, but I hope it works.
Yeah, I've got the JSTs because I already had them, but finding that USB-C one is a little difficult.
It doesn't have to be that exact USB-C, as long as it's a board to connector, freaking USB-C. It doesn't have to be that exact one. It's just what I found.
Yeah, it's like when I found that Ethernet patch cord, like our cable box thingy. The words of English are escaping me at this late hour. And using Fusion 360.
Speaking of this late hour, I think it's about time to call it for me.
Yeah, it's almost 2 a.m. and I'm probably gonna lay in bed for the next 2 hours twiddling my damn thumbs until I actually fall asleep.
Okay then.
Well, I can be super tired and sitting here in my chair and falling asleep and my eyes heavy as hell. As soon as I crawl into bed, I'm awake and my brain will not shut up and I just can't sleep.
I hate
Yeah,
that.
dude, I know that feeling all too well.
Fall asleep to the new Taylor Swift album. It's kind of soothing.
No
Do
thanks.
what?
Fall asleep to the new Taylor Swift album. It's kind of soothing.
No.
I'm going to go with hard no.
Hard no. Speaking of a singer, though, did you guys by chance see that picture of Adele that was?
Yeah. I think we talked about it earlier. It does not look.
I
talked
would
about somebody-
never had a guess that was freaking Adele.
No.
It looks like a totally different person.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It does not look like Adele. Just trust me on this.
Does it look more like an HP?
No, it looks like a totally different person.
But
Anyways. Mr. Carnes, would you like to do an outro?
I don't have one because I'm just a hobbyist guy who plays around on the internet.
that's a great outro.
That is a great outro.
Devin?
Designsbydevin.com.
Captain Morgan?
I am the Mad Monkey.
And I am Josh from Alien 3D. Check me out, alien3d.us. Thank you guys for spending the last 5 hours, 58 minutes, and 40 seconds here, wasting your life with all of us. Hope we were somewhat entertaining at some point. I don't know. Thank you guys so much, and I will probably catch you next Sunday because this week is UFO week, and if I don't get this damn sample spooler made, I'm going to be doing them all the old way, and it's going to take me 5 days to do them, and you know, that's how shit goes. Anyways, thank you, everybody. Wait, where's my video? They changed things. They
Best
changed
exit
stuff.
ever.
It's a good thing we still have. You've got 40 seconds, Josh.
They changed stuff. Okay. Peace out.